Hello everybody, this is Digby from the Unidentified Anomalous Podcast. Welcome to this very special recording of our X-Space from Tuesday the 16th of July. We had special guest speaker Jason Sands join us along with a whole host of others. I really hope you enjoy this Twitter Space recording, and if you want to get involved in one in the future, we'll be holding them on Twitter or X at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Tuesday. That's 9 p.m. if you're in the UK. If you're somewhere else in the world, you're going to have to figure that one out for yourself. So from me and Tom, we hope you enjoy this episode, and we look forward to seeing you at our usual time this Sunday. Take care.
I am here to discuss the so-called flying saucers.
The whole fleet of them, look on the SA. My gosh. That's not an LNS though, is it? It's not an LNS.
The acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many? Quite a number.
Since 1947, we have received and analyzed between 1 and 2,000 reports that have been made by credible observers of relatively incredible things.
Welcome to this week's impromptu episode of the Unidentified Anomalous Podcast, brought to you this week on Twitter. We've got a fantastic lineup of people already up here to speak. So joining me as always is my wonderful co-host Tom, who keeps disappearing and coming back. So hopefully he'll come back again in a second. We've also got the amazing Jason Sands. Jason, welcome. Thank you for coming on. It's good to have you on here. We've got Pavel here from Cicativo Podcast. I'm sure I've actually butchered that name completely. And we've also got Jason, who seems to have joined us from UAP Studies as well, which is awesome. Thank you to all of you for coming along. I'm going to add Tom as a co-host for the third and final time. Right.
Not final.
Tom.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Don't leave us again, Tom. Can you hear me, Tom? Right. Anyway, and he's back. Brilliant. Fantastic. So the idea of today really is just to try and do something a bit different. Some of you are regular listeners to the show. Some of you may be new. Welcome, everybody. We've got a group of great people up here who are free to answer some questions. Get involved in the chat. If anybody wants to request to be a speaker, please do. We want to keep a nice, clean conversation. There's loads to cover from the last week. Not so much in the UFO world, but other things and maybe how that relates to us and different way of looking at things. Pavel, is like me, has been looking into the Nazca mummies quite a lot, so you might have some questions for him or for me. Jason, you all know Jason, well, both Jasons in fact, and then you've also got me and Tom and Astral, who is also up as a speaker too. So,
Mic check,
Tom,
mic
is there
check.
anything you would like to say before we crack off?
Hey, I think I just had a little bit of a glitch on the microphone there, so it seems like I'm here now. But hello, everybody. I hope all of you are doing well. For anybody that's on the East Coast, it is probably scorching hot. It's like 108 degrees here, like the heat index. But we do have some storms that are supposed to come through over the next 24 hours and hopefully cool it off. But man, is it miserable over here. But Digby, always happy to be here with you, sir. I know we normally, like you said, do the show. Do the podcast, through YouTube. And this was a nice little change of pace because it gets the community directly involved where they get to speak. So I thought it was a great idea. And just happy to be here, man. And we got a nice little group of people that have already shown up. A lot of my good friends here. Roy's here, Fringe, Astral, Jason, UAP Studies. Love those guys. It's such a good show that you guys should all follow. But yeah, I think this is going to be a great conversation, man. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too, man. Really looking forward to it. And the benefit is it's so hot for you, man. You're not live on camera, so you can sit there in your underpants and no one will know.
Well, now you do know because that is exactly what I'm doing.
He's remote viewing you.
Oh, dude. What's up, Astro? What's up, man?
What's up, guys? This is a great panel. Appreciate you inviting me.
Yeah, definitely, man. We can't have one properly without you here, sir. You have to be here for that. Otherwise, it's kind of missing the mark by a few, I think. So,
Indeed.
Digby,
Indeed.
where should we start, man? Because honestly, and I think we can all say this in all fairness, it's been a little bit of a slow news cycle lately as far as UFOs are concerned.
Well, yeah, as
There's
far
been a
as the
lot of
UFOs
other
are
stuff.
concerned,
A
with
lot of
everything
other
else.
stuff. Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I guess we should get that out of the way, right? Since that's kind of the big elephant in the room right now.
yeah, well, let's do that first, and then let's move over and see if people have got questions for Jason as well, because I know we've got him for a limited period of time. But yeah, I mean, we could say, look, the Donald Trump attempted assassination. What the hell has that got to do with UFOs? Well, actually, not really a lot. But what was very interesting, and it's something that Tom and I have been speaking about over the last couple of weeks, and that is the Cliff High predictions that was supposed to show something happening on Monday and Tuesday. Obviously, we went through Monday unscathed. Tuesday is pretty much all but gone for me here in Morocco. You still got some time left of it, but I think, touch wood, safe to say we're all clear. But we could look at this and go, well, hang on a second. Out of all that time ahead that he predicted something was going to happen, he was only 2 days out, which is, I find, absolutely fascinating. And this was also backed up by a double-blind remote viewing exercise as well. And you just
That is
got to
correct.
think, you've just got to think, that, I mean, I believe in nexus points, and I believe you do too as well, Tom.
Yes, I
How
do.
there can be one pivotal moment in history that creates a nexus point, that creates an alternative timeline. And, you can't have a bigger nexus point than the fact that whether you politically aligned with Trump or not, let me just say this, it doesn't matter. There's no place for politics and hate in this conversation. It's just based on the simple fact that should that man have not turned his head, the world that we are living in today would be completely different.
Yes.
In
And
the sense that
it's frightening.
America would have been completely divided. Republicans and people would have been up in arms potentially, and we could be looking at a very, very different world that we're in right now. And I think that that's just a really interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah. And I want to point out too, as someone who I don't identify as a Democrat or a Republican, I like to really consider myself more of like a centrist because I your views change over the years too, right? I'm just an American that has feelings that I think most people would agree with, but when this happened, and I'm not a fan of Donald. I've never liked Donald Trump as a person. Like, and this actually dates back to when I was a kid. When this happened, I felt almost like sick. Like, it really bothered me because I'm like, is this really? This is where we're at. This is where we're going. And I think people from the most recent generation that didn't live through 9/11 don't quite understand what I'm about to say. But for those of you that are old enough to recognize this, the week after 9/11 happened, nobody gave a damn what you were politically, Republican, Democrat. Nobody cared. We all had our American flags out. We were all Americans. We were all neighbors, and we like. It was the one time in my life that I can remember where politics just got put on the back burner, and we just wanted to be safe, and we just wanted to be able to have our freedoms and liberties, the things that I think most Americans can agree on, at least. So to see something like this happen, I don't want to see anybody, any political official, even if I despise them, I do not want to see anybody get hurt. I don't want to see political violence. Where we go to war is supposed to be the ballot box. We're supposed to cast our vote, and that's where we settle our differences, not by the use of force or weaponry. And I know there are people out there that have very, very, very strong feelings against Donald Trump, and in a lot of cases, I understand where they're coming from, and I know there are people on the other side. I think Joe Biden is like destroying the United States. I really want to stress this. I've been thinking about this for days now. We really, really need to calm the fuck down. We have to. Like, this is not who we are. It doesn't reflect, I think, the actual spirit of our country. I find it shameful and embarrassing that there are actually people going online and making comments like, "Oh man, don't miss next time," or "Oh, You know, if he had only turned his head, that is no way to fucking speak about human beings. I'm sorry. I just don't agree with it. And I don't like Trump. I think Trump is a
You're
lot
right.
of different things. But I can't get behind that, man. I just want to publicly state that.
You're the murderer, Trump. Don't stop this story happening right now. You're the fucking.
And
There you go.
there you go. There's
That
the
didn't take
problem.
long, did it? Hey,
Who the fuck was that? Why is
I
he
don't
so
know.
angry?
That
It
was
so
like
funny
right
that
on
he was
cue with what you
shouting
were
so
saying.
loud that you couldn't even hear what he was saying.
Yeah, I would have liked to have heard what he was saying. He looks angry.
Yeah. Well, never mind. Anyway, for the rest of us that are still here and haven't just been chucked out, right, we've got a great panel of people here, and we are more than prepared to let people up to come and ask questions and be involved.
Yes.
So please, if you would like to request to speak, please do. Otherwise, Tom, have we got a first
So
question to start things off?
yeah, you know, because we have Jay here, and because we've had such a slow news cycle, Jay, I'm really curious if there's any, even if it's small, any sort of insight you can give us into maybe some of the things that are going on behind the scenes in the government with the effort to disclose and anything related to it. I don't know what you know right now. I know you're very busy with some things that are just very particular to you, but are you hearing anything right now? Is there anything interesting coming over the wire on your end?
Yeah, pretty much everything's kind of on the back burner due to all the political stuff that's going on, at least in Congress, that is. But the advocates for disclosure are still very hot on the trail of doing that. I've not heard any contradiction when it comes to wanting to do some more testimony later this year, probably October timeframes when they were talking last about it with me. I don't think they're going to be able to get it any earlier just due to the climate politically. All the other folks out there in the UAP community that I've been speaking with, they're all very much involved. So have I. Everybody seems to be working behind the scenes, doing some very good things. So we're all doing our part. It's just, I think there's a little bit of a holding pattern just because there's been so much going on in other spaces when it comes to politics right now. And that's mainly because the main effort is still planned disclosure. So, as you know, I've reached out to you guys and everybody else here because I know that during this lull, I think it's a good time to reach out to the people and just kind of at least inform them a little bit more. And that's really where I'm at right now. It's just there's a bit of a lull, and I'm also hearing that from some of the journalists as well. Is that they're just waiting to see what happens next with a breather.
Just so everybody knows, I don't know if it's legit or any further details of it, but apparently there has just been a shooting at the RNC convention in Milwaukee.
There was.
Oh,
I can
really?
confirm.
You gotta be kidding! Not another one.
It was an armed suspect outside of the place, and they neutralized him.
Thanks,
Oh my
Tom.
god. Thanks for the live information. Yeah, I'm actually searching it as we speak. Yeah. It happened near 14th and Valet, it looks like. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. 5 gunshots. Blocks. But it's not in the RNC. It is 5
Right.
blocks away from it. So it could be unrelated. It could, hard to say at this point. But there was also a person wielding a knife that has been shot dead near the RNC as well. That's from 23 minutes ago. Jesus Christ. It breaks my heart.
It's a crazy time to live in, and this is one of the reasons why Tom and I decided not to do the show on Sunday, because it just didn't seem to be in good faith, and we didn't have all the information. Everybody's still making their minds up about it, and it was one thing that we couldn't avoid talking about if we went live. And I think when stuff like this happens, everybody just needs to sort of take a step back and a breath. So sorry for
I
cutting
thought it
you
was a
off
good
there,
idea.
Jason. I just wanted to give everybody that information.
Yeah, and people, we're obviously very divided right now. America, the whole world is in chaos. And as far as UAP, I know a lot of people think, and I would hope also that it would be a topic that would bring us together. But I mean, I don't like let's say the president of the United States discloses. I mean, I don't really know if Putin is gonna, withdraw from Ukraine and China. It won't want Taiwan anymore, and like peace. I don't. I also don't think that's gonna happen. And it's very difficult for me to because this topic is it's a rabbit hole, right? And to bring it to how to promote it to other people, for me, has always been challenging. And I don't even. My, you hear rumors about something is coming, but that's always been a rumor, since the beginning. And I guess my issue is there does seem to be an uptick on the phenomena. There's, for some reason, coincidentally, it's when there's a lot of like wars and stuff going on, and this phenomena seems to be interested in, or it races. I don't know why, but yeah, I guess I don't know if this is gonna head towards some sort of climax. But yeah, right now there's so much stuff going on that, like you said, that you felt like it was inappropriate to do a show on Sunday. I can totally relate to that feeling, and yeah, I guess the issue is this topic, the phenomena is it's almost like it's so clever that it manages to affect the government, it manages to affect our military and us civilians, but just right underneath that line where your average Joe can ignore it and and not really care about it, even though his tax dollars are pretty much getting stolen for reverse engineering technology. And you can go up, there's a whole bunch of, so yeah, I don't even know where I was going with this. I guess I just don't, hearings and all that right now, I don't know. I just don't. I don't see it in the near future. Maybe later. I don't know. It's so
Yeah.
unpredictable. This topic,
It
man.
is really unpredictable, really unpredictable. One of the
Wait.
things I've been hearing, though, and more of, is the Michael P. Masters theory of the extraterrestrial model, and the fact that they are coming back in time to alter
Mm.
the course of their past, our future, to prevent certain things from happening. And one could argue that that they have been doing that, and I think it's something that warrants more investigation. I certainly think that it's potentially possible that it's one of the elements of the phenomena. Anyway, Layman, you've got your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Loud and clear.
Marvelous. It's nice to hear a fellow Brit hosting a marvelous show. So
Thank you.
yes, fantastic. And Jason, I have you're a fellow Christian. May I pray for you? And I've got one question as well. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
Fantastic, thank you. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, thank you, dear Heavenly Father, for Jason Sands, my fellow Christian brother. I pray that you continue to fill him with strength, with courage to do the right thing, to protect him from the forces of evil that are involved with the phenomenon. And I just pray for just security, protection, and comfort in your glorious name. Amen. Jason, one question I have for you is that, again, being a fellow Christian, what is your stance on coming forward to the Christian community? Because, of course, there are indications the Catholic Church is aware of the phenomenon, but and increasingly people like Tucker Carlson are talking about the phenomenon. Being someone like yourself, who, if I'm not mistaken, was involved with the program, are you willing to be, let's say, a spokesperson in regards to speaking out to Christian leaders, Christian bishops, Christian organizations? What's your stance on that?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. As you know, I did the whole gambit where I wasn't even religious when I first started the program. It was something I arrived at kind of inside the program and then after. And yeah, it's, to me, going and attending church, they always like to talk about some of the accounts that are in there as just being spiritual and that these are unseen things all the time. But then I have to kind of mention that, hey, there were beings that entered, like Abram's tent is a story that's in the Bible. So they actually had lunch with this guy, Abraham. So there's a reality to the beings that are mentioned in the Bible that I don't think a lot of churchgoers get to see much of today, because the reality of God and the angels and the messengers and stuff is kind of watered down by a lot of what our culture is about these days. And I think in the churches especially that they go to church, but the reality is that the Bible describes some very strange things that you kind of have to wrap your head around. And I think the first time I finally read my Bible front to back, which again, I'm not trying to complain about everybody. I know some people that have done the same thing I have, that they've read their Bible from front to back, but there's a lot of people that haven't. And that means reading through some of the Old Testament as well as the New. And yeah, it describes some pretty strange things. And there are other beings mentioned, and they're living beings in the Bible. And there's a lot of different things there that I think I could address if the leadership in the church would want to do that. I know the Vatican has also said that, there are extraterrestrials, but I think it's more appropriate to say that, keep it in line with your doctrine, so you don't, get all these radical left and right people telling you that, oh, no, we have only angels, not extraterrestrials. Well, it might be the same thing, at least in my mind, after what I've seen and heard and been part of in the program and outside the program. There's a reality to all this spiritualism and what's going on here. And that's how I would probably approach the stance for the Christian people. The church is aware of the scriptures that do mention these things. And I think I would definitely probably shake people up a little bit. So I'd have to be gentle. I mean, I don't like to argue with people. I've never really had a deep discussion with any of my church leadership. I think only once did I ever bring it up with somebody I really trusted and told them about my program days and how should I parse all of this? How should I believe all of this? And yeah, we kind of agreed that there's a reality to the Bible. So that's my stance on it. And yeah, I don't mind being a spokesperson for some of that, because I have just as much game in the fight or dog in the fight to go out there and try to help and, like I said, inform people. And that's what I'm willing to do.
Thank you. God bless and be with you, dude.
Man, I missed the question that layman asked, and it seemed super interesting. That's why I had to drop out and come back in.
It was he was asking him if he was basically bringing up the Christian connection to the phenomenon. Obviously, it's been spoken about in a lot of different ancient texts. If you look at these books and scriptures through the right lens, you can clearly see the patterns. And he was asking Jay if you would be willing to sort of be a bridge to maybe certain Christian communities or thought leaders, for lack of a better term, to have a conversation about the phenomenon through that lens, because I think that was it was a really, really great question and really relevant, because there is a massive percentage of the human population that follows that particular religious belief system. I was raised Catholic. I'm not currently Catholic. I consider myself a spiritual agnostic at this point, but regardless, the threads are there. There's a lot of connective tissue between what is written in the Bible and what experiencers have spoken about in regards to the phenomenon, and it is definitely worth a conversation. And I have to agree with Jay that I think a lot of what you see in the Bible specifically, and even in the Quran and other books, it talks about the jinn, there's angels, there's demons, these forces. They all have these different names because of the, it's culture and human perspective have a massive effect on how that information gets filtered. But now, as society changes, as technology becomes much more dominant than it ever has been, we now find ourselves in a period of time where we're able to examine these things that we've been talking about for centuries, but they're going to have different names. What was an angel yesterday may now be called an interdimensional now, or what was a jinn may now be called an elemental, or things of that nature. But it's undisputable, at least to me at this point, that those things exist. It's just they have a lot of different names, just like Satan has a lot of different names too, right? Like all of these different characters. I don't mean them as fictional characters, but all of these different beings and entities throughout time. They are all called different things in different parts of the world, but that you can find the characteristics and traits of those entities throughout all different cultures that did not have contact with one another. And I find that very fascinating. I thought that was a really great question, actually.
It
Yeah,
was
and
a
it's a
really great
sensitive.
question.
Sorry. For me, it's a sensitive topic. Talking about Christianity and UFOs, I'm almost like a little bit scared to talk to Christians about that. For me, I grew up Christian and Catholic too, and for me, when I saw a UFO in 2016, that raised a lot of questions on my beliefs personally. But yeah, I don't want to get too much into what I think, but it's definitely good and evil. I think that there's a lot of that all over. But the thing is, the problem I have is with Christianity now is that I don't think, when I go to the church and there's a priest talking, it's almost like they have all the answers, and I don't. I think I got a lot of questions. But that's. I'll leave it there.
That's normal, though, and I think this is a healthy place to have that type of conversation respectfully. That's how I felt. I've been really open and honest about that. That, like, I did, I had Holy Communion, did confirmation and all that. And then, as I got older, I began to ask a lot of questions that it felt for me personally that the church was not answering for me. So, and it doesn't mean that I hate Catholicism or anything of that nature. It's that for my own personal journey, going to church isn't answering my questions for me. So, I think it's very subjective, but I think there is a healthy way for religious individuals and non-religious individuals to have a conversation about the phenomenon, because it's there. And it's going to get viewed through different lenses regardless, but the one thing that doesn't change is the fact that it's there. We can talk all day about what we think it might be, but it's there, and that's your bridge. That's your middle ground that you say you're more of a secular, or even not just completely non-religious, even non-spiritual individual, and that's just what you are. Nothing wrong with that. Let's say you're a fundamentalist Christian. Nothing wrong with that either. You can both talk about this and bring in your own healthy perspective based on your life experiences and what you've learned. And when you conjoin those two data points, you can start picking through it together. Like, well, this doesn't look right to me because it says in Genesis that, and then, the other person can be like, well, I think this might work because science says this and the Bible says this. Like, there's middle ground that can be stood on without being inappropriate or disrespecting anybody's personal beliefs. Your relationship with God or your higher power is yours and yours alone. Nobody can change that. That is your personal tenet, and that belongs to you. Nobody can take that from you. So when somebody comes in with different ideas, don't feel that they're attacking what you believe in, because you've developed that relationship with whatever your higher power is throughout the course of your life personally, with your own mind and your own soul, and that's for you. Nobody can change that. All the other ideas outside of that's for you to digest and interpret and filter however you decide. But we got to talk about this. That no matter what, whether you're Buddhist, Muslim, Christian, whatever it is, we have to talk about this. And I don't think anybody actually has answers either. We just have ideas.
Tom, man, you're absolutely right. And everybody, I think this is one of the sad things about the world today, is that people shy away from talking about things because they fear the reaction from other people. Whereas if everybody can just take the time to understand things from other people's perspectives,
Yeah.
rather than feeling like they have to agree with them or disagree with them, then we can all get along a lot better and grow as a species a lot quicker.
I talk to Christians
So
about the phenomenon all the time, Digby. Like
yeah,
privately,
man.
there's a lot of people in my DMs that are very devout Christian, and I got to be honest, man. Like as someone who doesn't declare themselves a Christian, there's a lot of information that they've sent my way that's really interesting. And then likewise, I've sent them things from my own perspective, and it got them thinking too. And it's a really great conversation to have. Honestly, there's a lot of people, scholars out there that are heavy duty fundamentalist Christian or even Muslim that bring a really interesting, fresh viewpoint into this conversation. Genuinely.
No, absolutely. And from my point of view, I mean, the gentleman earlier was saying, he saw a UFO and it drew him away from religion. And the strange thing for me, for my part, is I was born a Christian, never really was a practicing Christian, and then through the more time I've spent studying the phenomena and getting involved in it and doing the show and speaking to the people that I've spoken to as guests and along the way, I find myself being more and more religious every single day. I'm almost sort of bucking the trend and going exactly the opposite way. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Jason, you've got your hand up, man.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with both of you guys that I'm all about having the conversation. And you spoke to it very well, Digby, that everybody should be unafraid to speak their mind, and to shut down the other people that aren't willing to let you speak your mind is more appropriate what we need to do at this point. And I think that's something I know. I spoke with Digby and Tom. I know we've had this conversation about just etiquette in the spaces, because if we really want to have great discussions, we all have to have an open mind and not do like that gentleman did, start yelling at the top of his lungs at the beginning here. So I'm all about the conversation, just like you guys.
100%, man. Christian, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I would agree with at first it raised a lot of questions, but now I don't know, I get yeah. So I think the name Jesus Christ, honestly, also has a lot of power, but I don't want to get too much into that, but there's a lot of commonalities, if you guys have said in the Bible, that are very similar to the phenomena. And I wanted to say one more thing, and I kind of forgot. So it'll come back to me. I'll let somebody else talk.
Well,
that's all right, man. You come back.
Yeah, I was going to say, feel free to, when you remember that, more than welcome to bring it back
the
up.
Invisible College. Diana Pasolka said that a lot of people in the Invisible College started studying the phenomena, and that they all ended up Christians or something along those lines. I don't know if you guys remember that. I think it was with Kurchai Mongol, which was
Can I talk? So tell y'all something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Are y'all humans?
I believe so,
100%.
Okay, dude, my fucking phone is covered with aliens. Is somebody CGIing me, or am I really seeing them? The other night, I was at my house. A fucking alien came into my house and was biting me, and I turned into a fucking alien. Is that real, or is somebody fucking with me hard, bro? I'm not joking, dude. I swear to God. I will show you. I can't show it to you because it's on my phone, my 5G phone. But my whole phone is covered with aliens. King Wakata, the dude that y'all know from here. There's another King Wakata that's a fucking alien on my phone, and he does a podcast. It's called the Galactic.
Yeah. So no.
We all love a good troll. That was a bad one, though. God,
Yeah,
Penny, hello.
I try to be respectful and I give them time, but I could, why that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because I could tell he was just making it up as he was going, and that's why he can, perhaps take that story to a different space today. But I hope he has a great rest of his day.
That was a rival, your rivals over at the news network.
Oh, you've got a script.
There's
plan it out before. You've got to do a couple of rehearsals. I mean, bloody trolls. They don't
Yeah,
do.
come in with a storyline or something. Moneypenny, Nick, how are you? I saw you popped in. I haven't spoken to you in some time. I hope you're doing well.
I'm fine, but Tom, I really, really need to know what happened in your romantic love life because, oh my God, the last time I was watching on YouTube, there was this drama going on with you and a potential love person.
Yeah, no, non-existent at this point.
Oh.
I'm very much single and focused on my work
Moneypenny,
at the moment.
he's only got time for me.
Yeah, I only have time for my work at
Ooh,
this point.
okay.
When the right one shows up, she'll show up, I'm sure.
So, Digby, now, when I last spoke with you at length, you'd
Yes,
had a
darling.
very, very strange and well, the way I saw it, a slightly uncomfortable, slightly worrying experience and a proper experience. And it was quite raw. It was quite new, and I didn't want to probe too many questions about it. And I don't know if you're even willing to share it or update it.
No,
But I
absolutely.
am interested. That I was trying to get you to interview Eric Mitchell because he had something similar, and I was trying to get you to be aware of what he'd gone through. Did that ever happen? Because
No,
We
so
spoke to
we
Eric,
had
but
him
he
lined
had
up to go on the show, and then
yeah.
he had a personal emergency or problem, and he had to cancel last minute, and then everything sort of got put on the back burner. But you're right, actually, Tom. We should reach out to Eric again.
Yeah, I spoke to him just a couple weeks ago, so I can definitely reach out to him. I know things have calmed down on his end with whatever was going on, so he's doing well. So yeah, I'll definitely shoot him a message today and see if he has time on his schedule. Because for anybody that really digs into his story, it is actually extremely interesting, and people should listen to it.
But to answer your question, Lazarus has got his hand up, or their hand up. We'll go to you in 1 second. But Moneypenny, to answer your question, yeah, since my abduction experience, I suppose we can call it, although it sounds a bit weird saying it. Yeah, I haven't had another experience like that. I have recently been having other experiences where I am literally waking up screaming at the top of my lungs in the middle of the night. Which is a bit weird because I wake from them and I've no idea why I was screaming, and I can't remember the dream or the nightmare that was causing it. I just literally am waking up shouting my lungs off, which is a bit weird. It may be connected, it may not be connected. I'm not going to make assumptions, but that is what
Any
it is,
more
I
of
guess.
those skin marks?
No, but they're still here, and they haven't gone away.
Those ones that were kind of like they looked like white, missing the melanin, right?
Yeah, it was almost like injection marks. I've got them parallel to each other, going down both sides of my leg, sort of almost mimicking on each side, and then I've got a couple on my very manly pecs.
And have you shown them to a doctor or a nurse or a pharmacist or anybody? Has anybody commented on what they might be if it was nothing to do with your experience?
No, I haven't actually. No, I mean, I'm in Morocco. Who am I going to show it to that speaks English and doesn't think I'm crazy and deports me?
Yes,
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what the
you're
healthcare system's like over there.
Yeah, actually pretty good, actually, to be fair, but I don't know how to say alien abduction in Arabic very well.
Yeah, that could be a problem. I only air in Arabic, and that got me into trouble in Tunisia once, and we won't repeat that one. Hey, you guys are brilliant. Astral, hi, I love you, Astral. I haven't been in the spaces of the UFO UAP as much as I would have liked to, only because I got distracted by something called the American election. But it's lovely to have you, and thank you so much for doing a space.
You are very welcome. I jumped in quickly into a space you were doing the other day after the attempted assassination, Moneypenny, and it was massive. There was thousands of people in that space you were co-hosting.
Yeah, we had
Yeah, I saw that.
got big.
It did get
Very,
big.
very nice. That's because the community loves you. That's why.
We do.
I think it was desperation. I think I'm the only Brit, and it's useful sometimes being British when all the Americans are going, I'm left, I'm right, I'm red, I'm blue, I'm red, I'm blue, I'm yellow. So yeah, I go in the middle somewhere. But thank you for keeping an eye on me.
You're very welcome. Lazarus, your hand is up. Please go.
Hello. I'm new here, obviously. I wasn't sure exactly. I saw science news and paranormal, so that can mean a lot of things. Um, Digby, you were mentioning Marx. Um, so I don't want to divert to if you feel that's what I'm doing, but I was going to bring up that I'm a target of a targeted program that is global, using silent and invisible to the eye weapons. Uh, I'm being hit right now. I'm doing this for me and for everyone who is part of this program that is working tirelessly to expose it. This technology is very has been very researched in, and it has been used in experiments in the past and in development for a long time. There's a lot of things I can share, but I just wanted to introduce myself and where I come from. So I understand that one of the things that I researched when I started figuring out what's happening with me was, I believe it was God who, sorry, Tom.
No, go ahead, man.
Okay, sorry, I thought you wanted to say something. Was so I had started getting targeted after I protest the. I was doing a lot of Franklin scandal. That was a British company that researched or that filmed the Boys Town thing in Franklin, Oklahoma, or the Franklin Credit Union, Oklahoma. I was doing a lot of SRA stuff, and then I was protesting the lockdowns, and I started getting targeted not long after by electronically in a really heavy way, and then eventually voice to skull, which is Joseph C. Sharp was introduced by him in '74. So I am getting the AI hive mind now in Vancouver. It was just mimicking, how you can get AI to order a pizza for you in your voice. Well, anyway, now after going through the system, because I eventually was in there after the voices stopped and the overt targeting stopped. But they kept me in to assess me against my will, because for whatever reason. And then I went through over a year. I had extreme reactions to their drugs. After almost a year, I started not having as many. And then eventually I went off all the drugs and the benzos and everything, and they discharged me. And when I came to the hospital in Kelowna, BC, which is where I am right now, to take care of mom after dad died of the shots. This is all real, happening to many people, so it's not a sob story just for me. And so, sorry, they do hit my mind. Okay, where was I? I want to end quick here. So can someone help me? I was discharged, and so I went to the hospital. Um, and I was promised to go to one of the tertiary facilities, psychiatric, right? Because sometimes, even if they don't know what you are, I was never diagnosed by the psychiatrist, by the way, as schizophrenic, and I'm not attacking schizophrenics, but I wasn't. And then at the hospital, also, when the head psychiatrist there decided, you're gone, right? And not necessarily maybe because she didn't think I was crazy, but she wanted to get rid of me. And which was really weird. It seemed like as soon as that happened, uh, I started getting raped again. And I started hearing the voices. And of course, initially I panicked. Anyway, I ended up in a shelter. So I wasn't on the street during the winter, which was great, thank God. And then I started researching stuff in True Stream Media, which is Aaron and Melissa Dykes, a couple who does a lot of research on stuff like this, like what the WDF is planning. And they do have actually sessions, and one of them where Nita Farhani sits on it, and they talk about the ethics of mind reading and what allegedly they can do by wiping your mind without you knowing, and then replacing it with new thoughts. I'm actively right now in my dreams being this AI is very good at mixing like memories and past dreams and then things you've seen and all sorts of things, and maybe some inserts into your dreams to scare you or to influence you. So I notice every time I wake up, right? So but okay, so I'll finish. The Persinger thing is what I wanted to bring up, right? Because you're talking about alien abductions, and he does he's done tests. I can post a couple things where he's put a helmet on the testee and with nodes and interacting with your brain and simulating alien abductions, right? And there's some other details, but being drawn up into the spaceship. Now, I'm not, attacking anyone's experience here. I'm just sharing. And so, yeah, so, and also hit you with blind rage aimed at no one, and then, what they're doing to me sexually, he didn't do, but he did, and this was just your mind, right? And then fear. And they this AI is actively attacking me in a behavioral modification way, to manipulate my feelings in a big way every time. So there's a lot of long duration hits, and they get extreme at times, and it's 24/7 rape. So this is not just me. This has been happen, and I wonder if anyone here has gone through that, right? So this isn't just self just about me. So I hope that helps. And if there are any questions, and I'd love to listen to you guys more. And I believe there is actively some really sick people in this world who are part of this, wanting to put install this control grid to with knowledge of frequencies in our DNA to enslave everyone. And this is not fear mongering, not at all, right? I want people to wake up to it so that they can understand. So if they hear voices and they know, and they start feeling like they're getting raped, or if they're getting hit by energy or whatever, that they're not crazy. That's it.
Thank you for sharing with us.
If I could, really quick, Digby,
Yeah,
I'll
sure,
just
go ahead.
say that just recently, they did run a story on 60 Minutes that spoke about the use of psychotronic weapons on like American delegates traveling overseas and such, Havana syndrome. So this is something that has made its way into the mainstream, and there is definitely reason to be concerned. There is no doubt in my mind that there are bad operators out in the world, and I don't know who they necessarily represent all the time, but they do exist, and they are experimenting with that type of weaponry, and it does appear that they do it in a very clandestine and covert way, where they'll potentially use it on just a random unsuspecting citizen. And then how do they get away with it? Well, everybody around them thinks they're nuts. It's really just that simple. It is definitely something to be concerned about. And there's a lot of people online that say that they're a targeted individual and such. I've spoken to some of those people. Don't brush them off. Let them, you know what I mean? Like, seriously, let them tell you what they're experiencing. And
Yeah.
it very strongly lines up with the use of that type of weaponry.
I will add to that as well. Lazarus, obviously this is an open forum. There's lots of people to get through and speak. I appreciate everything that you've just said. If you need to reach out to anybody in DMs to talk something through with more space and more time, please do so. My DMs are always open, and Tom is waving his hands to say exactly the same thing. So thank you for coming up to speak. Moneypenny's got their hand up. Christian's got their hand up, but Jason from UAP Studies hasn't spoken yet. So I'm going to hand over to Jason first, and then we'll go Moneypenny and Christian. Jason, hello.
Well, hello, everybody. Big time fan, first time caller.
What's up, dude?
It's going pretty good, man. No, I absolutely love these sessions, and it's good because it brings about people who are like minded. But I want to say that the worst crimes, or if you will, the worst sins in all of this has nothing to do with the non human intelligence, although I'm sure some of them are nasty, but the bulk of it comes from our own species. And the negative experiences that people have are what happens after an abduction when they get visits from men in black or other people that tell them to be quiet. Their lives are ruined, reputations are ruined. They end up losing their families. Not only are they dealing with the abduction phenomenon that's happening to them, but if their spouse just can't handle this, they end up losing everything. So the worst sins, the worst crimes in all of disclosure comes from what the government have been doing. And, we talk about human trafficking that has taken place, and it's astronomical, the numbers of people, but the human trafficking between these clandestine groups and whatever these entities are exist. People are being given or traded off to these people or to these entities. We don't know what's happening to them. And this is part of it that I'm worried about. It's more what is going to come out of disclosure. Although we all think it's going to be great and we're all going to hold hands and there'll be, butterflies and unicorns and rainbow, but that's not the case. What's going to come out is the nastiness of our species to keep this a secret for well over 100 years. So that's all I had to say. But yeah, this is awesome, guys. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome, mate, and I always appreciate your opinion. And that was a cracking one. And I think you're absolutely right. Thank you
Yeah,
very
it's
much.
spot on. And they have such a good show too, man. Like one of the podcasts that I personally don't miss a single episode of. So you guys definitely please check them out.
Yes,
Really,
actually,
really great
Jason,
stuff.
just allow yourself a quick plug, please. Come on, how was your talk
Yeah,
with Gary Nolan
definitely.
the other week?
Well, it was awesome because we submitted a bunch of questions. I think over 15 questions to him prior to him coming on. And I had some, because all of us are a lot more inundated and busy with this subject. We could dig in far more deeper as a group in this sort of field than other people. Other people, you gotta, it's kind of like kissing a cousin. It's very gentle and you got to ease them into it. You know what I mean? But
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. My analogies are a bit crazy sometimes, but
Wrong.
what I'm
No.
saying with us is, we could get into a subject very deeply. And then with Gary, it's like, well, let's not waste time. And, some of the questions I asked was this technology that has been given to us or that we find or that we shoot down. We haven't come to the maturity as a civilization or the understanding of the universe as a civilization to have earned this technology. So it's kind of like toddlers with loaded shotguns. We don't know what's going to happen. We have technology that far supersedes what our understanding of reality, and that's dangerous. Nothing like that could be entrusted to any civilization like ours. I don't even think we classify as a class 1 civilization. So if we're dealing with class 2 or class 3 technology, that's way above our pay grade, and the dangers of that is astronomical. It could be like radiation. A small dose is okay, but in large doses, you're gonna die. So, those sort of questions we asked, and his insight was very deep. And these are the sort of questions that these guys want to be asked because they're far more in depth in the philosophy of this than most people give them credit for or even ask them. And they've thought about this as much as all of us. They philosophize about it. They come up with theories, but they're never asked. So it's important for all of us to start asking these more in-depth questions to these people because we'll get further along than just repeating the same info.
100%, man. It's an interesting one that as well with the technology. And I was listening to somebody talk the other day and about the idea that we're being left this technology so that we can reverse engineer it at our pace, so that we can remove our dependency on nuclear fission and solar and wind and everything like that, so that it's the extra tempestual model, isn't it? They're coming back in time and dropping the breadcrumbs for us to find a way to wean ourselves off our dependency on fossil fuels and nuclear fusion, etc., so that the future is brighter for them, I guess, without causing too much of a ripple effect. But that's an interesting one in itself. You know, if we are looking at an extra tempestual model and they are coming back to alter things to make them better in the future, just take a look at what happened last weekend and how one turn of a head can change the course of human history. You've got to imagine that if the extra tempestual model is accurate, that must be one hell of a thing to meddle with without causing catastrophic disasters. Anyway, Moneypenny.
Sorry, I want to recognise that the speaker that spoke sounded quite distressed, and I just want to firstly say there are many rooms that are held by a community of UAP, UFO, NHI, knowledgeable people. And there have been other stories of the same sort of ilk as yours, and yours does sound disturbing. And I want to firstly thank you for being brave. I want to send you my love because what you've been through sounds pretty damn horrendous. But I just want to tell you, you're not alone. Obviously, it's not the place and time here, but there are many people that you can meet meet on this platform who have been through things that are equally shocking, and you can't measure. It's like, how bad is abuse? Well, it's as bad as the person that feels it. So don't feel alone. Thank you for speaking out. You are very welcome to come into the spaces, because there are so many people who need somebody as well, who have real struggles and problems. And even, I mean, Digby was alone in Morocco when he had an experience that to me would have totally traumatized me. He was fine with it, but to me, I don't know. I certainly would have not psychologically felt balanced and able to be on my own for a long time after what he went through. So I just want to say that. Secondly, I'm a complete science nerd. And unfortunately, I have done lots and lots. Even in the last few weeks, I did a whole space about frequency, vibrational frequency, used in healing, used through music, used through pharmaceutical delivery. You can deliver pharmaceuticals through sound waves. You can deliver them through light waves. You could actually vaccinate people through a sound or through an infrared light or an ultraviolet light or a certain frequency of light. There is somebody in this room who knows much more about it than me, called Roy, who's bloody brilliant on all things scientific. So I'm not going to embarrass myself by saying too much, except to say there was lots on my profile about it. Now, I looked after a woman, I suppose I should call her, a nurse from New York, who has absolutely been traumatized by the Havana syndrome. And she's been visited by the intelligence agencies many times over. I've seen the videos of her sitting on her own in her home, where strange noises, buzzing, high-pitched noises, weird things happen, migraines, vomiting she gets over and over again. Nobody really takes her seriously. Nurse for many, many years. And her whole story has appeared in the media in a sort of anonymity way. Um, I can't do anything to help, but I do have an ability to somehow. I was a former BBC journalist, just to put it in context, to investigatively get hold of pretty much anything. So I managed to get hold of loads of intelligence agency documents, historically and currently, on everything that's been done all the way back from 1951, from MK Ultra to Project Artichoke. All the Nuremberg project, everything that has been horrific. And I say has, but the most recent one is 2019 and 20, where psychological warfare, which is not just verbally distributed, but is also, in the same way that the United States brought up the whole LSD batch in the 1950s, when they discovered how wonderful it was in distracting the enemy. There are many, many things that the Department of Defense, particularly the US, but also the Russians, exceptionally the Russians and North Koreans, Chinese, have used. They're all in documentary form. A lot of them are on my profile. If you want any of them to read up on them, I've got one in particular that is all the medical ramifications of damaging the human body by exposure to radiation, light waves, frequency waves, all that sort of stuff. And also, I've got a paper about exposure to NHIs, to non-human species, and what happens to the body and how the body reacts to it. So anything like that, give me a shout and I'll help. Thank you.
Well said, Moneypenny. Christian, you've got your hand up, and then over to our friend Parsi, and we have another hand up as well afterwards.
So first of all, I want to say to Lazarus, I know somebody personally that's going through pretty much what you're going through. So it's something that's kind of a new phenomena that's very real. But it's a very sensitive topic. It's very messed up. So feel free to DM me because I kind of have, I personally have a loved one that's gone to a T. To things that you said, especially when they go to sleep. But it's a lot of whatever. Anyway, it's like I said, DM me and we could talk more privately about it if you want. But I wanted to talk to the UAP studies. Man, what Jason is that? Jason's your name? First of all, I just finished the whole 2 episodes with Thomas Jane. I'm blown away how good he is. But what you were saying about disclosure is what I really want to talk about, and about how it's us. I see. I'm not convinced to all of this that we're talking about, Havana syndrome, the cover up, all this. I think it's either a breakaway civilization that broke away, that's not even connected to the government anymore. They're just rogue, doing whatever. Maybe they made a deal with NHI. I'm speculating, and I have no idea what's going on. I don't think like this. For example, the CIA is giving Havana syndrome to innocent American civilians because they're getting Havana syndrome too. Jim Semivan talked today. Oh, Jim Semivan and Lou Elizondo. Lou Elizondo said mankind's. And that always tripped me. I'd never understood that. Why would he say mankind's? Like, what? Is there different humans that are not, like, they don't have social securities or something? Maybe, My Labs, Men in Black. Men in Black, that's a topic that I went down the rabbit hole. And I don't think the real Men in Black are even human. I think it's almost like a counterintelligence tactic to keep people. Their stories are so weird that they're gonna think you're crazy, And these things, people don't look normal at all, and so most people just don't say anything because the stories are so weird. And it works. It's a great counterintelligence tactic if you want to keep humanity asleep to the UAP or reality. And Jim Semivan was talking about this when he got. I don't know if you guys watched that interview. He got asked by James Landoli, is there a connection between Havana syndrome and UAP? And Jim Semivan was like, it's not UFOs, but it's kind of like he said, well, there's an intelligence out there, like the CIA, like for example, like the CIA, but it's a non-state actor. That's what he said. And then he said, think about that, a non-state actor, invisible enemy out there that's doing this. And then that reminds me of Flight 9 of ATIP. The science exists for an enemy of the United States to manipulate both physical and cognitive environments in order to penetrate U.S. facilities, influence decision makers, and compromise national security. And it goes into psychotronic weapons, cognitive human interfaces, penetration of solid surfaces, but it's got a lot of anomalies in the space-time. I'm sure you guys have heard of it. But my point is, I think there's something mimicking humans, but the question is, how much does that overlap with the, I don't know, whatever you want to call them, Zodiac MJ-12, or the Air Force, or the special access programs? Because there is special access programs involved in this, and that's like That's my question. Carl Nell said he's got a slide, covert agreements, and it says NHI quid pro quo, negative repercussions. So I think the UFO phenomena, I think there's a lot of things mixed, but it seems like whatever is, there's something here, a presence here, like say the Men in Black or whatever, that is evil and I don't think it's human, and it's got some sort of control over this, and I wonder how much control it has over our military or politicians to show up to senators. I mean, Rob Heatherly, I don't know if you guys know who he is, a great guy. He did a talk in Ozark, oh man, I forgot what it's called, but he said Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will change her attitude, and that was very odd. And then he mentioned slide 9, like right after that, and I'm like, whoa, did she get like what happened there? Anyway, that's my point. I've said a lot. Thanks.
Well said, man. Really well said. Want to get around to the hands here. I think we had Parsi next, right, Digby?
Yes, Parsi next.
What's up, Parsi?
Hey, Tom, Digby, Astral, Jason, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I think I kind of sort of heard the end where Miss Moneypenny was giving support to whoever this person was. Sorry, I just kind of hopped on the space right now. It's like 7 a.m. But I want to say that I'm a lifelong experiencer, and even going public with my story has had massive ramifications on my family life. My wife gave me the ultimatum that's it's either the phenomenon or her. I'm suffering deeply mentally by this phenomenon every single day. How can you choose between the phenomenon and your loved ones? It's like saying, cut off your right arm or cut off your left arm. So it's extremely, extremely stressful. So, and I'm going to say this on a recorded space, the stigma is awful for experiencers because we live these human lives, we live these experiencer lives, and I feel like I'm living a third life, observing these two and struggling with these two lives. And because I'm struggling so much with all the experiences that I'm going through, I went off to see my GP. My GP gave me a referral to go see a psychiatrist. And in the referral, she writes, man sees lights in the sky and they talk to them. And I got rejected by so many psychiatrists when they're supposed to help us. So the psychiatrist that I'm seeing, I spoke to her for an hour. And at the end of the hour, I didn't even tell her about my experiences. But then I finally realized, oh, by the way, I also have these experiences I've been having all my life. I don't know what these things are. I've had, orb sightings, TR3B sightings that left me with severe PTSD. I have these helicopters flying over my place. I have no idea what these are. And then I realized my phone was off. So I turned my phone on and I'm like, here you go. Here's all my evidence. And her eyes kind of blew wide open. And she leaves me with the first session saying, had you not shown me this evidence, I would diagnose you as a paranoid schizophrenic. So how is that supposed to make experiencers feel? And then the worst thing is that I find on this platform, there's so much divisiveness because we're losing the big picture, right? The narrative is either everything's going to end or it's love and light. And I keep saying we need to find a balance and just support each other because all of us have our truths, right? I mean, all the experiences that I have, I'm really transparent about them. I'm not trying to do this for fame or money. But I think the main thing for me, my purpose is to break the stigma around the topic and say that, yeah, it could be multifaceted, right? Could be NHI, it could be black tech. Like I have like helicopters flying over my place and I've got photographs of TR3B craft over my house. No reason for them to be around. And it all started only when these orbs and everything started turning up. So it's a constant, it's a daily struggle because even when you're trying to ignore the phenomenon, it inserts itself into your life. And the craziest thing is that there's someone of great support on this space. Most of you know who he is. We've had shared experiences with the phenomenon in different countries. And that's the latest experience we had, which was Last week, I was walking in the park and I ended up seeing all of a sudden this orb just starts flying. I check my satellite tracker app. It's not a satellite and it's moving super fast. And I start filming it. The other person messages me saying, dude, you won't believe what's happening. Then I take some photographs, and in the photographs, I see that it's not one orb, but it's 3 orbs in the shape of a triangle. And I send the photograph and the video to this other person, and their mind is blown because they send me a video of what they're seeing. And I'm in Australia, they're in America. The photograph that I sent was, if you can imagine a triangle with 3 orbs, looks like a triangular shaped craft. But the person sent me the video of an inverted triangle. So whatever they were seeing was inverted, but it was exactly the same, happening at the same time as me. So that just totally blew my mind. So every time I try to come back to normalcy, this phenomenon shatters my reality on a daily basis. So my goal here is to be able to speak about these things without getting judgment from our community, and just coming together as a group of people, not ridiculing each other on this platform with the bullshit narratives that are going on, and just lead with love and compassion. And sorry guys, I'm rambling on, but thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate all of you here.
No,
Parsley
we
man, you're always
appreciate you,
welcome.
man. Yeah, you're one of our dear friends on here. A lot of our good friends are here right now, and we always want people to feel welcome, whether it's here or in our chat or even in DMs or comments, wherever it may be. Digby and I always want to give you guys the time to speak, because I feel like that's one of the big mistakes we all make right now.
Indeed.
And I think this is a good place for people to just be open and say what they want to say without backlash.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say hello to Holly, who's just turned up. Hello, Holly. I
Oh,
hope you're
hello,
having a
Holly.
wonderful day. We've got a hand up, Mama, if you want to go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak, and
No problem.
thank you for hosting. Thank you for hosting this space, and especially thank you for having Jason. Jason, thank you for what you're doing. We love you, man. And I have a question for Jason, if I may. And the
Absolutely,
question
go
is:
ahead.
some people have direct contact, either orbs or abductions, while other people have more a spiritual or telepathic experience. And it sounds to me that, Jason, your experience, your story, changed you spiritually. It sounds like, and we love you. I mean, you are a genuine, you're a wonderful person for what we can, based on what we hear. And I believe you. I believe 100%. So, do you think that anybody can establish a positive spiritual or telepathic contact with these entities? And what do you think people should? First of all, is it a good idea? Is it something that anybody or everybody should try to? And what do you suggest that technique do you suggest? For instance, meditation would be one of them. What's your recommendation? What are your thoughts about it? Thank you.
Yeah, hey, it's good, great questions. The first part is orbs, abductions, spiritual. What is it? I think it's all in the experiencer's ballpark as to how they're interpreting the contact. I know that me, when I had my contact, it was outside of any religious and spiritual thought at the time. I just thought it was just a strange experience, to tell you the truth. And then the more I got into trying to understand it, that's when it turned more into a life-changing, more than a spiritual experience at first. So the first part of it was just the civility of this person's mind, and I could feel it when he had telepathy with me, that I always seek to be that civil in even my thoughts. So it kind of, that reflects some spirituality in it, mainly because um, part of that civility is kind of a bit of a meditation you have to have while you're just walking around every day, interfacing with people. And that's kind of what I've been trying to live by ever since that experience, is that I know I could be a better person. I'm not perfect, but I'm going to try, and I try to treat everybody with respect, no matter who they are. Um, and so that's kind of leads me into, well, how would anybody else have contact? And I would say it's pretty well documented by a lot of different world religions that prayer and meditation are two of the best ways that you can contact them, because I felt like when I was having that conversation with this individual from another place, whether it was interdimensional, the future, I don't know, but in any case, there was that feeling of I don't know, like it was a common thing. It's not like none of us are incapable of having those kinds of conversations, and it's just a matter of kind of tuning in. And I think either we lost the ability to speak on a telepathic level, or we are capable of it, but because of the way our society is set up, and maybe we're trained even from infants that we kind of ignore the ways that we kind of do have a little bit of empathy with each other, which is to me a kind of a form of telepathy. When you kind of get a feeling for somebody, or you walk into a room and the person that walks into the room, everybody automatically starts to feel positive, or everybody in the room feels negative when that person's around. Those to me are just like the beginning of the things that everybody experiences on a daily basis. So I'd say that the more you tune into people, and the more you tune into yourself through meditation and prayer, to your higher power, or to others that are out there, that obviously I believe that there are telepathic beings all around us, and yeah, they can hear you. And even in, if you want to get back to the Christian part of that, God says that that's what He does too. He listens to your heart, not what you say with your words all the time. That he knows your thoughts, every thought, and it can be scary for some folks, but at the same time, it's not scary if you're trying to control yourself and your thought processes and stuff like that. Because honestly, that's what I really felt embarrassed about when I was experiencing the telepathy, was that my thoughts were so jumbled and messy compared to his. So prayer and meditation is definitely what I would say. Um, Now, whether it's a good idea to reach out, I would say you kind of need to, I think, intentionally reach out to the positive uh, folks that are out there, that if you're going to do it spiritually or through prayer. As we've talked about earlier in this space, there is a positive and a negative, or a good or an evil, or malign and beneficial kind of beings that are out there. And yeah, you can open up yourself to both sides if you're not careful. But I've also seen a lot of people and had other experiencers tell me that, yeah, they have positive experiences because that's what they're seeking. It's like a mindset, and really all the evil experiences never seem to come to them. However, I do speak to other people that say it's a nightmare every time, and it just makes me wonder if it's on the part of the receiver. So you do, in my mind at least, you do have to be careful what you reach out to, and that's kind of everything. I think I covered all of it. So yeah, we all can. I believe we all have the ability to contact others.
Yeah, well said, Jason. I completely agree with you as well. Actually, I think it depends what you're reaching out for. I mean, I reached out and I found something, although it could be seen as a traumatic experience. It really didn't feel that way so much for me. So I think it's it depends what you put yourself out there for. Holly, hello. I haven't spoken to you for ages, my dear. How are you?
Hello, darling. How are
Hello,
you?
hello.
I'm
Hi.
fantastic.
Good. That's good, good, good. Sorry, I got quite absorbed in your answer there, Jason. Um, Tonight in London, and Hidden met at the Royal School of Medicine. Unfortunately, I was unable to go because I've got COVID. But I'm really talking about the mental health aspect and the services available for experiences of the phenomena and people who had exceptional experiences. And it dawned on me as I was hearing you chat, when is the last time we've all just checked in with each other and asked those simple questions? Are you okay? Because I think we don't ask experiencers that question enough. So I just thought I'd ask, is everyone okay?
No, I'm not okay because this shit's happening on a daily basis. Sorry to interrupt, right? And it just every time you try and lead a normal human life, it shatters your reality. And who do you turn to? This is the
Right.
only space that we have, you know? Sorry to interrupt.
You're completely right, Percy, and I see you. And we as a community, if we can put aside some of the nonsense and the silly infighting and the BS that goes on, there's real people experiencing some real stuff, and it's hard and it's difficult. And I think that's why we do congregate in these environments. And as toxic and as wild as they can get, we also can find a positive, that we can form community and we can check in with each other. And it is hard to lead a normal life, but together we're stronger perhaps, and hopefully more services and more organizations out there do come together and do start pushing the dial. I know of a very big conversation happening in London at the Royal School of Medicine tonight, so there are people out there trying to evoke, that's the wrong word, evolve services and spaces. But Percy, I do see you.
Well said, both of you. This is actually one of the best spaces I've been in for ages for this. I mean, I stopped coming into spaces for a while because they turned quite toxic, and this is really lovely. Tom, you've got your hand up, man. You don't need to put your hand up. Just speak, buddy, and then we'll go to Christian and then Lazarus.
I always try to be respectful, you know what I mean? Even when I'm one of the co-hosts, I like to put my hands up just to let everybody else say what they would like. Just given everything going on right now and given the atmosphere of what's happening, I wanted to share with you guys something that's actually sort of been helping me, honestly, in some surprising ways. I managed to get my hands, and I told Astral about this the other day, I managed to get my hands on all of the required materials for the Gateway HemiSync process. And I've started doing it, but like strictly, like I'm following it to a T. I'm reading all the manuals. I'm listening to the tapes in order, one by one by one. And I actually had an experience 2 nights ago in the midst of that HemiSync where I went into basically like a lucid dream state, which I've never been a consistent lucid dreamer. It's always been something that kind of just happens on its own. And I think that particular set of tones maybe makes it easier for me to kind of get into that state. So I was actually, it was really mundane, but that's kind of what made it interesting, is that like I found myself in this like this open marketplace, and there were people walking past me eating like breakfast sandwiches. It gets very, very detailed and specific, and they had like these shelves with like packaged meats and things. And I walked out into the parking lot, and there was a man with a heavy Spanish accent that had like almost like I'm not saying he was selling lemonade, but like it looked like that. You know what I mean? It was like a stand, and he was selling something out in this desolate parking lot. And there's one car, and I'm walking towards it, and I said something to him in Spanish. And what was really weird about this is that I'm not a fluent speaker of that language. I took it for years in school, but and I did pretty good. But there's a lot of phrases that I don't know. So when I woke up, I'm like, damn, that didn't even feel like a dream. Like it felt like I switched on a different life. It was very strange. And I went online and I typed in the phrase that I heard, and I'm like, oh my God, this is real Spanish. And it was not something that I like really knew off the top of my head, like consciously, like in my waking life. I don't know how to say that phrase in Spanish, but when I was in this state, I was able to pull out that information somehow. So it's like, well, what does this have to do with all of everything that's going on right now? I feel like as much as we stress that we need unity and that we need compromise and we need to find common ground with one another, I think there's a tiny piece to this puzzle that's actually missing. that we don't talk about enough because it comes off sort of selfish. But I think it's something that we all need to do that can really help the state of the union, the temperature in the room, the situation that we're in globally. I think people need to go inward and meditate and really explore their inner thoughts and feelings, because just in my own personal experience, people that I've known that thought all of that was kind of like woo woo and wishy washy and stupid, a lot of them don't feel that way anymore after having actually taken the time to explore it. And you're able to go in and confront emotions and feelings and even dogma, hatred, stereotype, all types of things that are negative. If you go inward and get yourself into like a hypnagogic state and confront some of those things, you're actually able, I find, to experience emotions that you can't just like regularly force yourself to feel. Like right now, if I'm just sitting here in my chair, I can't like force myself into like a state of like true, genuine panic, for example, or like extreme sorrow. But if you go into one of these states, and let's say you have a tough time, I'll use a really, really good example. Let's say you're a Democrat, okay? And let's say that you get really angry when you see somebody like wearing a MAGA hat or whatever, right? Somebody that you so deeply disagree with that you almost have like a physical reaction, like, oh my God, I just want to snap that person. You get so mad, right? Go inward and confront those emotions and put yourselves in the shoes of the other person that you're angry at and see what they're feeling. And when you're able to put yourself into that position and feel both sides of the coin, all of a sudden, that's when you realize, this isn't worth getting so angry over. Who that person voted for doesn't tell me the entire story of their life. That doesn't make up the full person. That's only one very, very, very minute aspect of what constitutes that human being as a whole, big picture. And I think a lot of people should go deep within themselves. And when you come out, you're going to look around and you're going to see those same people that you were getting pissed off at. And you're going to start to shrug it off and be like, yeah, you know what? Who cares? They have a family too. They're raising kids. They think that their ideas are what's best, not because they're evil, but because that's just what they think. They have a certain viewpoint and a certain version of what they think will make things good. And it's like, well, isn't that the same thing that you're looking for? And vice versa. Somebody who might be, heavy duty Republican GOP, right? And you get mad at the policies and the ideas and the visions of someone who might be liberal. Well, go and meditate on that, and you'll come out and be like, well, maybe that isn't as bad as I thought, because from their perspective, they think this works for this type of person. It's like, ultimately, we all kind of just want the same thing. We want to unite. We want to find common ground. But I think one of the things that we all need to do before we get there, and we can get there properly, is if you take some time with yourself. Like, shut off X. Don't listen to any podcast for a night. Like, honestly, and I'm saying this as a podcaster that wants you to listen to Digby and I's show.
Yeah, not our show. You
Take
can
a
listen
night.
to ours.
Yeah, you could do that. That's the one that you can let in. And UAP studies. No, seriously though, take some time to unplug and touch some grass and like really, just explore the energy around you and yourself. Explore your own mind. Because when I started doing that, I became a much less aggressive, angry, bitter person. Truthfully. I know you guys know me by now. A lot of you do. I've been on here for a couple years. You guys have seen me speak. You've heard my ideas. You watched Digby and I. What's the one thing that you guys can all say about me? I typically don't get into heavy arguments with people, right? I don't really bash anybody because life's too short. And there's a lot more under the surface of just like, oh, well, I voted for this person, or I think this policy is blah, blah. It's like, well, that's not enough information for me to make a determination about anybody. And what did I do? I went inside of myself and I looked in the mirror because I know, just like everybody else, I am not perfect. I am nowhere near it. And I've confronted my own demons and my own vitriol. And I came out, I think, a better version of myself where, maybe somebody walks by me in a store wearing something really wacky. My first urge isn't to make fun of them. I just don't care. I'm just like, oh, that person's wearing that. Well, they have a reason that they're wearing that. Maybe it made them happy that day. Maybe it's something that was passed down to them from somebody that passed away. Like, there's a lot of things that cross my mind now that didn't cross my mind before because I encountered my inner self. I'm telling you, I think it's a good idea for everybody to do it. I'm actually just a little shameless plug. I'm working on some guided like meditations that I'm actually going to post on my YouTube channel eventually. And it's like inner dialogue that I will speak to myself when I'm really, really trying to go deep. But I'm going to record myself saying it. And if it works for some people, I hope it does. I'm not guaranteeing that it's going to be some like magical, transcendental experience that you're going to have. It might, but it works for me. It works to get me, someone who has an extremely active hurricane of a mind, to have a nice, calm, quiet moment of my brain chilling out for a little bit. Like, and and I'm very ADD.
Tom, just quickly, because I'm
Yeah.
going to have to jump off. I think what you're doing is wonderful. As you know, I've done a lot of work with the Monroe Institute, and I've had their
Yes.
board member on here quite a few times. Just, friend, please take it real slow and real, like, don't do the tapes really, really quickly. Your brain's not set up to deal with that amount of sound and information too fast.
I
And
appreciate that.
please just take time to do it, because you won't get the best from it. Luigi from the Monroe Institute, when I rang him after I'd burst through the tapes and I was having really bad headaches and some weird shit was going on, that was his first big advice. He said something to the degree of like, you're using your brain in ways it's like taking your brain to the gym. It's never done heavy lifting like this before. So I really took his words and then I revisited. I'm actually doing the residential this year at the Institute
Oh,
to
that's
do the whole
awesome.
gateway experience, but I have done it personally. But please just take it slow and you will get much more from it than bursting through it. Like, I took weeks. It like
That's
took
such good
me
advice.
like, 12, 13 weeks because I just did a week solid before I moved up a focus, moved up a tape. So
So
I
do
just wanted to
you?
interject. Sorry for
No,
everyone whose
no.
hands
That's
were up.
so helpful because I would love to avoid headaches. I have enough of them as it is,
Yeah.
and anything else. Like, so, real quick, did you like maybe listen to some of the tapes like multiple times? Like, say you were
Uh-huh.
in, wave
Yeah.
one, you would listen to. Okay, gotcha. No, that's
And
good. I'm glad you mentioned this because I was probably going to go in pretty headstrong. Not gonna lie.
and I think when we discover things like this and we really want to like, explore consciousness in a new way, as Bob Mumra said, we are more than our physical bodies for sure. But we do want to do it quickly. But actually, when you really should just take it real slow. What I did is I would, um, maybe like 2 hours before bed, I would listen. I would go into it. I'm not going to any spoilers for anyone who wants to do it, but when you get to your box and blah blah blah, um, I would then leave it on during the night. So subconsciously, I was picking things up as well. And then what I would often do, I wake up at like 4:30 in the morning anyway. I would then put it on again, like at 4:30 till about 5:30. Um, and I would do one like tape for like 4 or 5 days, and then I would have 2 or 3 days off. It's important to give your brain a break, but enjoy the voyage. Um, Equally, the sounds that are probably found on YouTube or Spotify, or I know there's a lot of Google Drives with them on. They're not as perfect as they should be because they've been. Astro will probably say it better than me because he understands that stuff.
Probably because it's compressed to some degree.
Yeah, the sound gets cut and compressed and da 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 da. So it's not like the perfect how it should be if you were sat at the institute. But if just bear that in mind too. But good luck on your voyage. Drink
Thank
a
you.
lot of water, and I would highly recommend that you journal as much as you can, because a lot of stuff, when I was last at the Institute a couple of months ago, I journaled a lot more after each meditation, and reading back that journal, it was like a complete stranger was writing to me, and a lot of messages were received. So I would keep like a journal or maybe voice note yourself and then look back on it after you've done a few weeks, and you'll find some absolute treasure in your experience. But bon voyage on what will be an amazing journey for you. But take it slow, dude.
I promise you, I will take that advice to heart. I would like to travel to the Monroe Institute eventually because I really feel like they've been onto something and have kind of had their finger on the pulse of this type of research for a long time. And I actually, just based on that weird experience I had the other night, I started keeping a dream journal on my in my Google Docs. And it's amazing that, like, if I go and read that, just the deep descriptions that I typed up of what I had seen in that like weird corridor like breakfast marketplace thing that I was in, it seems to heavily affect my next set of, quote unquote dreams that I have that night. It's very bizarre, but it's really interesting. It's almost like a continuation of like some sort of story that I'm watching. But I really, really appreciate that advice because when you go and read about this, there's a lot of kind of clickbaity YouTube videos that have made about it, like, with catchy titles that don't really just get down to the nitty gritty and the facts of like what the Monroe Institute is doing, what they're trying to learn, how it works, like. And that's why getting my hands on the actual material was really crucial. And it's good to get advice from someone that has actually used the material and knows what the hell they're talking about. So Holly, I love you and adore you, and I appreciate that sincerely because I think it's something that I've been wanting to do for a long time, and I want to take it very, very seriously and do it the right way. So thank you so much.
Maybe you should get the Institute on your podcast. I can make that happen.
Oh my God, please. Yeah, I'll DM you, and I would love to have them on. I swear, like, this is one of my favorite things to talk about is consciousness. Astral knows this, Digby knows this. Like,
Yeah, we'll sort
I,
it.
I
I'll
want to
slide
explore.
into the DMs. We'll sort something. They're very, very amenable, and they do like to talk to our community. So, and Luigi's fabulous. So, if he has the time, I'm sure we could arrange something in the near
Brilliant.
future. I agree.
I would deeply appreciate that, and I'm sure I can speak for Digby as well in saying that we love having guests on like that.
Indeed, indeed. Right, where were we in the list of people with their hands up? I think we've got Christian, Lazarus, then Moneypenny, please.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I gotta bounce here. It's pretty soon. I gotta pick up my kids. But I was just gonna say it's been a great space. And I wanted to advise the person who was asking for, he was asking if they should do contact or something. I would just suggest to you know do you know where you're at in your life? If you're like, I feel like the phenomena is reflective. So, you know, if you have positive intentions, which I'm sure you probably do, but also, make sure you like, I don't know, because it's not only about that, it can affect your loved ones. 'Cause things might get weird. And, let's say you have a wife and then you get into this and I don't know, it can affect a lot of things, not just yourself. But also, yeah, like if you're, people that struggle with like depression, anxiety, addiction, things like that, I would advise them to not do like try C5, try to take care of those problems and work on yourself first before doing so. For me, I have no experience with C5, but I've heard more experiences positive. I've heard a few horror ones, and I think it's, I'm not sure, but I think it's like what I said, like depending where you're at with yourself. But it's interesting because I'm still a little skeptical of the phenomena itself. Because I don't know, man. It's I've read a lot of John Keel, and I don't know if it's even healthy to think that way of like the trickster thing. Um, but hey, this has been a great space, and I got one question for Jason Sands before I go, that's okay. First of all, if James Fox vouched for you, like that's good enough for me. I mean, I know James Fox a little bit. He's a great guy, and he's got this. I don't know. He can just tell when someone's full of shit or not. And so, about your case, did you when you went through your encounter, did you have like did you get like the Air Force Special Investigations come in and like I don't know threaten you or anything like that, or did you just keep it to yourself, or how did that go?
I pretty much kept it to myself. The Air Force OSI, I believe, was never contacted. The entire thing, even the UFO the week before coming onto the range, wasn't reported properly, just simply because I know that they would probably have shut down the entire Nellis test range like they normally do. Like if there's a nuclear test going on or if anything strange or whatever was going on the range, because it's a bombing range and they can't have people just roaming around when, the following week these aircraft will be dropping bombs on things and get somebody killed. So it was pretty obvious. Nobody had reported the UFO the week before. I heard nothing the following week when I was there. Nobody mentioned it. Matter of fact, a lot of people were. The only people that we had telling us anything were some of the ranking individuals in the unit, just saying, just shut up. Because back then you could literally, lose your clearance just for mentioning strange stuff. And, the community just wasn't that receptive to, UFOs and, gosh, a lot of things. Even if you had like a need to go see a counselor for, your marriage and maybe even some PTSD help and stuff, that was even frowned upon to the point where people were like scared to even do that because they'd lose their clearance. So yeah, it was just kept to myself mainly for all those reasons. And I think everybody else was kind of the same mindset because everybody was kind of in fear of, their jobs. So no, the OSI was never there, never part of it, never reported to. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have showed up in an instant to take control of the situation.
Smart. Yeah, that's the counterintelligence that I have the most skepticism about that particular one. Anyway, thanks for the great space, guys. Have a good day.
You're welcome. Take care, man.
Much love,
Lazarus, you're
man.
up next.
Can I say something to Christian before? Are you there still?
Yes, I
Hey,
am.
so you were talking about some of the things I brought up, and I just want to encourage you to please, when you have time, take a look at the stuff I shared in comments. You were expressing doubt about whether I'm not. My goal is not to convince you of what agency is involved in, whether they are, whether they're not. I know that whoever's involved with this doesn't care whether they're targeting people from their own agency or not. This technology is also global, so who's behind it? Yeah, we eventually end up there, right? But also, Jason, thank you for sharing your experience too, and that. Sorry, Christian. One thing to remember is that the name Brian Cochran and his ties to Amazon and Bezos. He was head security detail for them, and then there is record of, and I can share that to whoever wants to know, Bezos doing a deal with D-Wave Quantum Computers and the CIA. So this stuff's very real. I don't want to discount that there are supernatural. I know for certain there is, from my experience, but how that is working out, I don't know. But I do not want to take the accountability and responsibility away from human agencies that are involved in this deliberate targeting. So, yes, Jason, I do believe wholeheartedly that you get what you kind of give out, right? And I'll tell you right now, almost there are targets who will deliberately, and I'm not hating on them, they will get into their hateful mindset and attack everybody around them, and you know, they will think, well, if you are a true target, then you have to be miserable all the time. And I'll tell you right now that this many people that are targeted deliberately by these agencies, whoever they are the sweetest people. So this is a full-on effort to, you know, whether it's to extract our light and our life, and to just pollute us. You know, like if you know anything about SRA, and it doesn't have to make sense to you because you're a good person, right? But they're evil, and I believe God is challenging us to, as good people who care, to unite and attack this evil and hold it accountable. So I understand we're coming from different perspectives and experiences, I should say. So please, you know, when you everyone should express doubts in the right way, but Christian, yeah, please check stuff out, because I haven't. I'm not obviously saying you're this one, but I've been in spaces where, you know, immediately it's like I'm crazy and they want to attack my credibility, and I am not scared of that, right? But what hurts me is that, because I know it's real and I know the information's out there and there's no one running away from it. What hurts me is that human beings can be like that. So my last question was, I don't know if you were talking to me earlier, Moneypenny, about, because you said that person. But if you were, I appreciate you. You were, sorry.
Yes, I was speaking to you. I
Okay.
just felt you'd poured your heart out, and I didn't think it had been acknowledged, and I wanted to make sure you felt that there were people in this room that not only empathized, but some people who'd actually experienced things similar.
Absolutely. I really appreciate that, and you know, when you're a time, you know, because I'm connecting to Bill Elmore. Sign is pretty decent. He let me speak, but Bill seems to be the only one right now who is listening to all of us as far as the targets. And
Bill
I've
is
seen.
he's a lovely, wonderful guy. He
Yes.
Tuesday shows for him, so I'm the main speaker on Tuesday nights. Normally they're having a week off this week, but yeah, Bill is great.
And also, you know, I'm open. My spaces are tiny, so because I'm a nobody. But Baral, I'm not trying to feel sorry for me. I'm just saying, you know, like I'm small and I love them small and intimate. But I've had people come on my space and have psychiatrists and all sorts of people, and the targets, you'd be amazed who they're targeting. They're going after certain bloodlines. It's really weird and bizarre, but that's a topic for another day, really. But you know, I'd be honored, Moneypenny, if we had even the smallest dialogue about certain things, if you're interested. You know, because everyone's knowledge is appreciated. They're after us, right? Anybody who has a soul cares. You know, they attack my mother and anything that's sacred to me, and you know, it just galvanizes me more. You know, everything that's happened to me, and I'm like, guys, can't you see? You know, right? You know that this is not destroying me, and I'm ready to die, right? So I could be laughed at. This whole room could laugh at me, and I would continue because I know I hear the voices of the targets, that sweet, sweet people who say what is happening to them and share what's happening to them, and know they could be on death's door, and I have to encourage them. And you know, I do the way I do it. You know, I tell them, pray to Jesus, and you know, they want you and your gods. You know, and they feel like they have, you know, whether they own the land, they own the water, they own this. They don't even own themselves. They're going to eventually die, right? So these people are really more enslaved than we are. So I pity them, right? I pity them. So I don't care how much, and I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. I love the small interactions I have with people. Simple. profound spiritual connections I have with people. Sure, I would love possessions like anybody. I'm not denying that, but the greatest possession we can have in life is God and each other and the beauty of nature and interactions and sharing experiences and listening and caring. And people have listening to people that just have this they're sociopaths. They don't connect with emotion. They just attack you. Oh, you're crazy, you're insane, whatever. And so I have to really learn to be patient, and ask God for patience. That the more they challenge me to hate my family, if I get in an argument with someone or whatever it is, I just go, you know what? The more you guys attack me, the harder it's going to get for you. And you know that, right? So there's many people like me. I'm not the only one, right? But hard times create tough people, and these are going to be really hard times. So get your, pull your boots up, or pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get ready and have no fear, because I'm on your side and God's on your side. And if you're for right, you have no reason to fear. That's it. I appreciate you guys, and I love you.
Man, I gotta
Thank
respond
you.
to that. I have to respond to that because it was almost a trigger. Because I'm just gonna tell you, I'm gonna get personal. Um, the person that I was talking about that went through that is the mother of my kids, and I thought she was crazy for a long time, and to the point where I convinced her, and I feel ashamed for saying this because even though this was like in 2020, 2019 was the worst year of our lives, and she started hearing voices, and the worst voices you can picture. I mean, it was evil voices telling her shit about herself, like, and I thought the mother of my kids, went schizophrenic. And when we went to the doctor, I finally convinced her to go to the psychiatrist. And the doctor's like, she's not schizophrenic. She only has a symptom of schizophrenia, but there's no way she's schizophrenic. And there's the reason why I ended up going this UFO rabbit hole. And I know the technology's been around since the 70s, at least. But it's because when I got back from the psychiatrist, um, I saw a UFO with her, right? Like literally 1 or 2 days after, I remember. And then I saw another one, like I don't remember. It's like I saw 4 sightings, 4 different days in less than a week, and I personally that was enough for me to be like, what the hell is going on here? Like, and that's how I really went down the rabbit hole, and that's why I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I also do know that these people that you see, it's not only happening to people in the FBI, the Savannah syndrome, CIA, it's happening to a lot of people in the public. And the truth is, I don't know who's behind this, but I don't really think the government can't even do anything about it. Shit, they can't even help their own targeted individuals. And you can guarantee that those people that are on 60 Minutes, they're not telling the whole story. They would sound way crazier. They say they'll talk about the busing and they have, but I guarantee it's way stranger than that. So at no point I was judging you or disbelieving in anything you said. In fact, I was supporting you and telling you to send me a DM because I've lived through it personally, and I feel terrible that I thought that the mother of my kids was insane when I realized she wasn't. Luckily, she's been able to make a lot of progress, and I think the same is possible for you, and for anybody who's struggling with that. But I don't know, man. Sorry, like I had to respond to that. I got a little bit emotional. I think you misunderstood what I said a little bit. I don't. Yeah.
No, I love you, man.
No,
I
fair enough.
wasn't attacking you either. I just wanted you to realize that where I'm standing. Sorry, Digby. I just wanted to say this: where I'm standing and how real this is. Wasn't a personal attack on you, and I didn't sense that from you. Um, I really encourage you to look at some of the stuff I shared, especially the Brian Coffman stuff, because he gets into details. You're asking questions. There are receipts and we know, right? We know that whoever's listening, if there's anybody listening, we know what's going on. I'll bring up two names for you. Professor Lorraine Murray from UC Davis and Alfred Lamont Weber, a judge. They have, I can send you some stuff. They're talking on YouTube ages ago about this technology and the chancellor at UC Davis, her involvement with it, the infrastructure that is being used, the technological infrastructure in these smart cities and these satellites. Texas Instrument satellites is very extensive and detailed, and there's many ways of proving what is going on, but it's not just one. It's it's just like the first thing is open your heart and your mind and know that, well, you can't know everything, you can't solve everything, but just to start somewhere and realize and see the signs, right, and the patterns, how the unrest in the world and everything that's happening, right, and how these frequencies could be used. But Rossadeh was connected to this technology, how Russians could use it in the 60s to target an area and affect the population in a certain way. So just so for people to understand that, so wherever you believe that's coming from, it's definitely coming from humans. What their connection is to evil angels, which I believe they're fallen angels. What you see that as, I'm not sure, but there is other entities that they are connected to, spiritual entities that we can't see, right? That this knowledge of this frequency technology, I believe, has existed pre-flood, and with the building of the pyramids and all this stuff, and now they're using this on us. Instead of enhancing us, they are destroying us right now. So anyway, sorry for the rant. Go ahead.
Yeah, give me a follow so I can
Yeah,
DM you,
I will.
please,
I
because
will.
I can't
Yeah.
DM.
Right,
Thanks for
guys.
sharing that, man.
Right, we're going to move to some hands that we've got up, and if I drop some of you down and you want to speak again, please request to speak again. That's absolutely fine. We've just got a list of people that are requesting. We don't have any more space
Yeah, I got to make room.
to do so.
I'll drop
Yes,
down
exactly.
if you want me to.
No worries. If you want to speak again, just send another request. It's absolutely fine. We just want to allow some more people to speak. We have a new hand
I got
up.
missed actually, darling.
Oh, sorry, I missed you at the top there.
Bonding
Yeah.
session. I wanted to slightly change the subject to science because there's something I wanted to talk about. I don't know. Is Roy? No, Roy's left the room. Oh dear. Oh
No, Roy's
no.
here. He's just not up as a speaker.
Okay, so this is more of a science topic, but it is very relevant to frequencies, vibrations, technologies, radiation, nuclear, and we know the associations between UAP, UFO, nuclear bases, uranium, all those types of things, elements that are, not elements that we know about. So I put a story in the Nest so people can have a look at it that I was following a couple of weeks ago. I was in a discussion in a science group, and somebody said to me, did you realize that France, Europe, Spain, and the Netherlands have got absolutely identical limits across all European states on the amount of exports that they're allowed to make on qubit numbers and error rates? And these are all about quantum computers. And I thought, well, hang on. And literally, it's like if your export limit was 136.4, then every single European country's limit was 136.4. It wasn't a close limit, it was an exact limit. And it made no sense. So I went off and investigated it. So the headline basically is something called the Wassenaar Agreement. This is WASSENAAR. This is in 1996. There was a treaty and export agreement on the dual use of different technologies. And it's all sort of a bit mysterious, but basically, in The Hague, in the Netherlands, all the European countries got together and agreed that for certain very, very, very unique types of technology, not just quantum computers, but even things like operating machinery at certain sound frequencies, or using machinery that would need to use certain light frequencies or bands. So, when you are broadcasting on a radio, for example, in my old job, you'd be allocated, you'd take a certain band, a certain frequency, a certain wavelength. And I heard this story about these very, very finite export controls on these quantum computers, and I didn't know anything about it. So I investigated, and I just wanted to share it because I think it's quite interesting. Some of the people in the room and people might know a lot more about it. So the European Commission spokesperson was talking to a journalist from New Scientist magazine. And said that the recent controls on quantum computers by Spain and France are examples of such national measures, but we can't talk to you about it because it's a matter for national security, which immediately makes me go, yes, I want to know more. So there was somebody at the French embassy in London that they managed to get, this New Science journalist, who also sort of spoke and said, well, basically it's about a cyber risk, which to me looked a bit diversioning off the topic, cyber risks. But basically what I believe it comes down to, and the follow-up post that I made that you can read here, is that I believe the reasoning for this is more due to the situation that occurs after a really intense change in energy levels, particularly those would be brought on after a nuclear strike. Because there's a particular terminology called, you've probably heard of the exonosphere. Now we're talking about UAPs and UFOs, so most people have heard the different layers above the atmosphere, and you have the exonosphere. Well, I thought it was a spelling mistake, but in this scientific document, it started referring to something that wasn't spelt the same way, and it said it was exonosphere or something weird. I thought that's strange, but there is a particular clarity when, after a nuclear event, the amount of radiation and the change in the frequencies that is left behind would mean that every country in the world that was within a certain amount of limit from this nuclear explosion would only have a certain amount of computers that would work, mobile phones that would work, traffic lights that would work, hospital respirators that would work. You think of every single piece of machinery you've got. Once there's a nuclear explosion, after that, there is such a change in all these frequencies, and even things like the frequencies that are affecting our health, our pacemakers, our heart rhythms. You've got to think about everything that is affecting your body has a magnetism. Your body has a certain energy to it. There are catastrophically huge ramifications of this. And so this is why, behind our back in the last several months, there seems to be this almost urgency of an agreement by all the European countries, and I'm presuming the US, but that's what I want to find out, are very specifically, even Russia and China and the United States are agreeing between each other with no argument about it. There's no dispute. There's a world global forced fix down to only operate on certain frequencies, to only use certain computers. And I just think it is pretty damn scary. One of the reasons would be a invasion of a different type of technology. It's the only thing that explains it other than a nuclear bomb. The only thing that explains this rigidness, and more importantly, the complete cooperation by everybody. And I'm talking North Korea, I'm talking Afghanistan, Kabul, Israel, everybody. Everybody is agreeing to this. Why?
That's a really fair question. Money. If we could, I just want to get around to the other hands too, and maybe we can swing back to that while everybody ponders that. Just because I don't want everybody else to be sitting here waiting and whatnot, because I'm sure everybody's probably got limited time, just like I do and you do. But
And on profile.
I'm
So
not
yeah.
trying to cut you off. I don't want to come off like I'm being rude. This is one of
Yes,
the
you are. You hate me.
one of the pains of being a host of a space is trying to regulate everybody talking. It's like this is why things go sour at like town hall meetings. It's like, all right, you have 10 seconds, and then the person keeps going. No, seriously, we'll swing it back around to you. It's just to get through the hands and whatnot. We love you. I think. Let's see who was next. Digby, do you know who was next? Honestly, so many hands went up that I like sort of lost track.
Chiz High, is it? Sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing the name correctly.
Chizzy.
Yeah, hi everybody. Thanks for having me. I just got back from picking up my kids. So I was having hard times connecting again. But thanks for having me. This is a really great space. Really, really great topics. But first, I wanted to say, wow, my heart goes out to Lazarus. I don't know if he's still here, but yeah, that was really a heartbreaking story, and my heart goes out to you. And people have already said lots of things about spaces being there. There's lots of them. Just connect with Fringe, Christian down below, CC Atlas Star. A lot of folks have different spaces that you can come in and feel like a part of a community, and it's great. And to Jason Sands, hey, to a fellow veteran, I know what you're going through. I understand, and I appreciate you coming out like you have. I'm an experiencer myself, not to the extent that you have, but in my own ways, and I'm trying to share that out where I can. And I'm glad. I'm very thankful to have found these spaces because for a while I thought I was going crazy. Um, but what I wanted to talk about was toward the beginning of this space opening up was that. I think that it was kind of topical where we were talking about the attempted assassination of former President Trump, and you know, regardless of how you feel about the guy, support him or not, it's a jarring event, and it makes you want to know more about why that happened, etc. So when I was just scrolling around Twitter Spaces and YouTube and all that, and I just found so many different things that were just fascinating about it. But what struck me the most was the predictions. Apparently, there were several predictions that were highly accurate from remote viewers. And I don't know how folks in this space here feel about that, but I know their
I want to
effectiveness.
jump in with you really quick,
Yeah.
man, because Digby and I can actually speak to this. So we even have receipts. Not saying that we were the ones making the predictions, but we found those types of things being spoken about. That something was coming, some sort of catalyzing event, something that affected the web bot that Cliff High created, which apparently also, pulled in data before 9/11. Say what you want about Cliff High, but that webbot thing is kind of interesting. And then there was also a double-blind remote viewing group that they did a viewing on an unknown target that ended up correlating with Cliff High's data. And so, like, we were seeing rumblings right before this happened from different communities that have very different ways of collecting this type of data to try to make future predictions. But I mean, it's in our DMs, man. Like you can see us talking about it. Where I had sent Digby. I'm actually scrolling up to see where it's at. I had found a post.
He's telling the truth.
Yeah, no,
That is
seriously.
no
And again,
lie.
we're not saying that we're the ones that were doing that, but we were noticing. So let's see here. Friday, I had stayed home from
Yeah,
work that day. I sent Digby a screenshot and a link to
I
that
did a
Reddit post.
video post about it on the on the morning actually, before Trump was attempted to be assassinated. I did a video about it in the morning. I was saying, what is coming? Is there anything coming? And then it did.
Yeah, there's
Digby, how you doing,
definitely data
Digby?
here.
Here's the thing. Can I say something? Thank you for letting me speak in your space because I talk real fast. The reason why I feel Lucifer is here. That's Messiah. He's here because Lucifer is the creator of what is called molecule. So the person that shot at Trump was on water, was a water tank. Jesus can manipulate that. You understand what I'm saying? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? That little boy that was on the trailer, he couldn't do it because when you mess with Jesus and his molecule, which is a water, what is it called? What y'all call that? What is it called? The tall.
Sorry, Mimi. I don't mean to interrupt, but we do have we can absolutely get round to you, but we do have people with their hands up, and we just want to keep the conversation going that way. So if you want to speak, please put your hand up, and we'll come back round to you.
Can I?
Chizzy,
The
you had the
water
floor.
thing, that's Messiah. He controls water.
Right, as I said, please, if you want to speak, put your hand up, and we'll get round to you. But if you're not going to do that, then we're just going to take you down.
Yeah, as he controls the water, so too we control the chat. Chizzy, I didn't mean to I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I felt that was prevalent. So continue speaking if you have more. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, that's quite all right, and I'm really glad to hear that y'all had that, the same indication. I think a lot of folks did. But what wasn't surprising to me, or I should say this better, what was most surprising to me about the multiple predictions was not about the event happening itself. I feel like anybody could probably felt that was in the air in a way, just because the climate here is so toxic. But what was surprising to me was the details of each of those predictions. One of them predicted in 2016, up to the month, and up to like that the fact that it was going to be a failed attempt. Another one was, the injury that happened. I mean, and then of course I heard from the future. What was the name of the organization? Remote viewing group. What was it?
I think you're talking about the future forecasting group.
Yeah, the future forecasting group. That was what caught my eye too. Is the fact that it was like a continuing event, and it was alluded to by another remote viewer that that was the case. It was this event was like the opening of a multi-part event. Um, so there's more to come apparently. But what surprised me was, additionally to that, was that because of it being predicted by multiple sources, that the observer effect failed in this instant. Because the way I understand it is when you remote view, predicting the future is difficult due to the observer effect. And so I just thought that was phenomenal. So it was meant to happen,
It's
as
weird.
awful as that sounds like it, it felt like it, just based on those predictions, it was supposed to happen. And I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I thought that was interesting, notable, remarkable. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. Thanks for coming up here and sharing your thoughts. Definitely something interesting. And again, when it comes to predictions and dates and whatnot, I'm not one to jump onto those bandwagons, but I have noticed in recent years that there is now scientific data that can point in the direction of how this type of thing would be possible. They've done experiments on the quantum level that would seem to be suggestive of the idea that future events have some very odd effect on the past. And it's like, well, that doesn't sound right. How's that possible? It's in the wrong order. It's like, well, yeah, it's in the wrong order for us humans who, if we're born into a world that runs on clocks and that we, orbit around the sun, we have this idea of time being linear. But scientific evidence seems to suggest that time functions in a completely different way, that it's non-linear. So it's more of like, I think, I don't know if Roy's still here. We had Roy on the podcast and he agreed with me on the notion that just like we can look at a physical plane as like a plate and you can move in different directions, so too you can also look at time as something of that nature. And then this harkens back to NHI and the phenomenon potentially having the ability to move through time as if it were, say a physical construct, for lack of a better way of describing it, dimension, if you will. It's just like me walking into a room. Maybe the open doorway is 1912, when the Titanic sank. But then as I move across the room, I now find myself on, July 16th, 2024. We just don't know. We don't really know enough about those functions of the universe to say definitively whether or not that's happening. But the evidence points in the direction of our understanding of time being very different than how actual physical time functions. And if you go into the dictionary, time is defined as changes in matter. It doesn't specify direction. It doesn't specify order. So, and our brains could be filtering that information in such a way that, again, we've developed this understanding and this notion of beginning, middle, and end, when that may not actually be the case as far as how nature functions. So that's something we really have to think about. That's why maybe people feel something right before something bad happens. And if consciousness, like I talk about this all the time, and it's like beating a dead horse, so I won't do it. But if consciousness is non-local, there's a host of reasons as to then how predicting the future could function scientifically. And it works. It works within an actual scientific framework. It's not woo-woo. It's not magic. It actually makes complete and total sense if you think of us having a connection to basically an information field that is outside of our three-dimensional time-space continuum, if you want to call it that, where we're basically getting data from a construct in reality that has different rules. So when we get information from somewhere else, it doesn't follow the same parameters as here. It's like bringing a Mongolian rule book into a United States locker room for a sporting event. It's like, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense. I can't read this, but it's there. It's still in your hands, and you can still see the letters on the pages. It still exists. So yeah, that's a whole nother conversation for another day. We definitely want to get around to the hands. Digby, it's either Ophelia or VC, and it's funny. I actually read Ophelia's posts all the time, and I don't even think she knows that. But I'm like a heavy viewer of her posts. Ophelia, what's up?
Hey, thanks for having me up. And I just wanted to start out saying I really appreciate how well organized this space is and how everybody's super respectful. That's super important. So thank you. And Tom, definitely love your content too. So hey, we're secretly following each other. We should just start liking each other's stuff all the
I
time. Don't be
really
shy.
appreciate that deeply. I think you're fantastic. Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate it.
That's no problem. Um, yeah, you're fantastic too. Okay, so anyways, enough butt kissing. Jason, since you're here, um, and I have like a follow-up if it's a yes. Somebody had said in a space that you might have mentioned,
Okay, I can't hear her anymore. Are you guys?
Yeah, I think we've just lost her, unfortunately. Ophelia, if you can hear us, you might need to leave and come back in.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll move over to UFO intros and Kimball. And then if you want to leave and come back in, we'll put you straight back up.
Actually, I was going to be next. I've been here for a while. Just
Oh yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Because the subjects, the conversations, they get veered off, and then by the time I get there, it's so far back.
Can anybody hear UFO intros, or is it just
No. So Digby, VC Smart that had his hand up. He's speaking currently. I don't know if you hear him. We got glitches afoot.
Just if everybody mutes, maybe they can hear me. Okay, what I was saying is the conversations tend to veer off, so I
I can't hear
try to get in. Can nobody hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you, but
Okay.
you'll have to drop
Can
down.
Jason? Can
Yeah.
Jason hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, VC.
Okay. All right. Let me just run because it has to do with Jason and the targeting. When I came in, there was a conversation about targeting, and it seems like there's some idea that people are being targeted and can be have their see things or whatever. And it reminded me of this is a rare story that's hardly known out there. I don't ever hear anybody else tell it. And I've only told it in the last week or so in some other spaces. once or twice, but it's
Sorry,
important.
VC. I'm sorry, but did Jason say yes or no? I didn't even get to hear that because I got a phone call curiously right when he was going to answer my question. And my dad wasn't programmed, so it's just not a curious thing. Jason, was that a yes or a no to the dog question?
I didn't even hear that part of your question because I guess your phone started ringing almost right
Right.
as
The
you were
real
starting to
goal.
say.
There's been some glitches here. So I think, all right, so how about we do this just to get things
Yeah,
back
I
in
can hear
order?
everybody else now, but when VC was talking, I can't
Right, I know
hear
you couldn't hear
VC. In
him.
fact,
So
VC on my side is only a listener.
because VC was like the most recent person speaking to Jay, we'll let that finish out, and then Ophelia, we'll let you get back up here and ask your question properly because I don't think he even got a chance to hear it, and then we'll get to Kimball after you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry for it to be a little wordy because I got to explain a couple of things. But anyway, back in the 80s, and this is like early mid 80s, there was a woman. She ran the UFO magazine. It was the major magazine. It was later sold to Nancy Barnes. That's the Barnes people that are famous in the History Channel, stuff like that, that did UFO programs and things like that. Well, the previous owner was the publisher of this UFO magazine, very well known lady. I think she might even had something to do with the conferences. But the point is that out in the wild at a UFO convention, somebody brought her a helmet, all right, to put on. And this was some technology that somebody was experimenting with, but obviously this isn't a classified convention or anything, and asked her to try it on and see what she thought about it because she's the publisher of the UFO magazine. They're thinking, oh, we can get this out there. So she puts this helmet on, and I don't know how long it was. And there's only one interview about this anywhere out there. I'll have to go find it because I think people would be interested to hear it. But she put it on, and I don't know how long she had it on, but she took it off as soon as it started affecting her this way. And she became totally disassociated from herself, from her body, from her thinking. She freaked out in the convention center, became disoriented, and she had to leave. She tried to go up into her hotel room for a while, but that didn't work out, and she got sick. And the only thing she could think of to do was to go out and get in her Volkswagen and try to drive around until she could just get planted back into reality here on Earth. And I guess that's so she could grab the wheel, pay attention, have her feet down on the brakes, accelerator, all that. So this is the kind of technology that was already out there. And this wasn't even a military thing that was classified, brought in. All right. So now we run through to the 90s. Just imagine how that might be further developed, where they might be able to do this through the airways, through microwaves, or technology sonically, through waveforms. All right, it could be any kind of technology. And then, so my question comes up to with Jason. Uh, Possibly, he's had some very stressful events. He's been open about this publicly, so I'm not saying anything he hasn't spoken about, and I'm not going to be necessarily direct unless he wants to speak more about it. But let's just say that at some point he's had a lot of stress and some health issues come up, and that may be before or after. But what I'm getting at, when he was going out onto this military base or place where they were going to run some tests on a range, it's his famous encounter. Um, when he was going up there on the thing, everybody got knocked out except for him. I mean, there was a band of people in the cars. I don't know, it's two or three other cars in addition to his. So there's a lot of people there, and all the rest of them kind of got knocked out and were sort of drooling with their mouths open, something to that effect. And they must have regained consciousness afterwards when he's experiencing the alien or the phenomena experience, seeing this Nordic like person, alien, let's say. And so what I'm wondering is, you talked about just before going up and having this encounter with this thing, you were just read into some kind of a classified program. And I don't know what it was. I can't remember. I don't know that you've said much detail, about it, but I'm curious about what it was you were read into, since this seems to happen just prior to you going out onto the military base to do these exercises or jamming with pilots. I don't remember exactly. but you're going out there, you have this encounter with the alien, everybody's knocked out, and you just been read into a program, and more details about that would be very helpful. But is it possible that you could have been targeted or like initiated into something like an initiation? We can take out the idea versus human versus alien, but some technology might have hit you that way to disorient you, like what happened to that woman, because that totally messed up her life. I mean, she's the publisher. She couldn't deal with it. She became, uh, didn't want to have anything to do with UFOs after a while, just a short after all that happened. It just totally messed up with her life. So it's, and I'm not taking away from your encounter what it was personally to you. So it does, these things have dramatic effects on people's lives. But do you think it's possible that you got targeted by the aliens or humans or whatever, and you got disassociated from yourself, and so the other people got knocked out or something, and this could have allowed you to have some kind of experience like this? And then also, with all those people there, they had to have come back out of it and wonder what in the hell happened. It must have been talked about or something. Didn't somebody have to file a report or do something about that? Because there's a lot of people there. It's not just you. I would assume there was some talk about it or whatever. So okay, that's the main points. And then just to follow behind that, if you could speak to this, you have mentioned that you had some issues with your health out in the open, um, and I would just like to ask you a follow-up if that's going to be okay. But I don't want to even ask you if you feel uncomfortable. I mean, this would have to do with your stress and the issue with your brain you talked about. And if you don't want me to bring that up, that's fine. But if you could, I'll do that after you answer, but I'll let you finish this part right now first that I just asked. Thanks.
Okay. So targeting for me by the NHI, um, I'd say that, yeah, in a form of the word of they've been around most of my life and my family's lives. And we've had, experiences even from young childhood. So in that sense, I would say there's been some targeting. I've never felt like, any technology was used against me or on me to cause me to get disoriented. I've never really been disoriented. I know when I've felt, the loss of time, I've been able to cognitively know that, oh crap, yeah, something just happened. Why is the sun up right now? It should be dark. Yeah, I'm pretty quick to, cognitively figure that out. So those things did happen, at least in one other uh, orb encounter I had when I was stationed in the UK. When I was going to work, and it was dark when the orb showed up. But when I came to, I had obviously had some missing time, about 20 minutes or so, because the sun usually didn't come up at that time of the year until 20 minutes into my drive at least, um, on my way to work. So that was a big factor, knowing that I was still exactly where the UFO showed up, that it was all of a sudden daylight, and I realized that. So I don't think I've been targeted by technology like the CIA or somebody putting a helmet on me. That has never happened, at least not in my cognitive memory. Um, so was the incident reported over in the desert? We kind of touched on this earlier in this particular space. Um, Everybody was very upset about the UFO stuff. And when we got back in garrison, or back to home station, whatever you want to call it, um, it was the same thing that happened from the week before with the UFO being seen on the Nellis test range, that everybody was still under the impression that you get fired or you'd lose your clearance if you started talking about strange stuff. Because back in the 90s, that was still a scare tactic that people used. And it came around within about a decade, I guess. People could actually have marital problems and go get counseling and not worry about their clearance. So that took some time to work down the stigma. So, no, it wasn't reported. Yes, it was a discussion for a while. And yeah, we did talk about that. When it came to my health issues, I have suffered from PTSD from childhood because my childhood had some pretty violent. I had a violent parent, let me put it that way. And I don't like talking about it. I don't want to make it sound like anybody in my family was bad, but one of them needed help, and I'm glad that that person came around later in life and that I had a hand in that. And I'm very happy that that person got the help they needed. But yeah, the job I did for the Air Force at the time, I was doing these flag exercises all of the 6 years that I was there at Nellis. I did the program for about 3 years of that time. So, in that 3 years, when this incident happened, I was just read out of the program a few weeks to months earlier, and that's when this incident in the desert occurred. So it wasn't within the context of the program that this happened. Um, and yes, I have had an MRI done for other reasons later, when I like much later in the 2010s, where I suffered some really bad headaches and some dizzy spells. And I went to go see the doctor, and they found an arachnoid cyst at the very crown of my head. I've never had it analyzed for anything other than that, but it hasn't grown or anything else. I haven't had any of my UAP contacts look at it to see if it's just a bundle of neurons. Like they discovered that, people that have contact with NHI sometimes have these similar sorts of aberrations in their brain where the brain cells are very dense in one area, and they come up and they look like an arachnoid cyst. So I've yet to have that analyzed properly. I probably should. But in any case, no, I don't feel like I've been targeted. And no, I don't feel like the health issues are really related to anything NHI. Mainly the other medical conditions I have are just related to some back injuries. So it's nothing like some of the people here have described.
So when just to follow up real quickly, so like when the incident occurred and everybody else got.
I can't hear anything again. So if VC is replying at the moment, if you could just drop down and come back up again.
Yeah, we're also noticing real quick too that for anybody that might be here on a phone versus a computer, there seems to be some sort of issue between the two that they, for some reason, still haven't worked out yet. So that we think that might be causing it. But if you get into a situation like that and you can't hear somebody, just drop down and come back in, and preferably on your cell phone. That it does seem to actually work the best on mobile, as strange as that seems.
You also have a problem that the listeners that are speakers are not showing as speakers; they're showing as listeners.
Right.
Some of
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, we're running into that
Yeah,
all over the place.
I think that's one and the same. Roy had the same problem, and he's just refreshed
So
his browser, and now he's up here, and we can see him as a speaker. So that's fine. So let's
we got to keep the order that we
let's go.
had.
I think it was UFO
No,
intros,
no.
Ophelia, and then
Follow
Roy.
So
No.
we got to let Ophelia finish her question from earlier when she
Of
disconnected.
course. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Can I just follow up though, real quick, just to finish the one thing I wanted to ask real
I don't
quick?
have much time to ask my question, and it's not very long, VC. May I please just ask, because I keep getting interrupted by phone calls, and it's just curious. Please, VC.
Sure, go ahead, and I'll just follow up after you real quick.
Thank you so
So I
much.
can't hear VC anyway. So if VC can drop down and come back up.
Thank you so much. Okay, Jason. So my family's been through what your family's been through, and I almost want to cry. And the reason why I was suspicious of you at first is because I didn't believe anybody would be brave enough to come on here like you. So I just want to start with saying, just really quick, I'm praying for you. I'm praying you find an amazing job. I'm praying for your family and your safety, both in this material way and in the spiritual way. Um, what my family encountered was like the skinwalker phenomenon, so the black dog with red eyes, and my friends did too at my childhood home. And then you and I spoke last time about how my father and other people in the program who you knew had the plasma balls of light and the shadows fight over them. I guess my question is, somebody had said in another space that you might have mentioned that there was a dog-like entity that was very tall that was seen, and if so, do you think that would have any connection to the Temple of Set and Michael Aquino? Thank you.
Yeah, you're referring to that guy who asked me that question about what's the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. Yeah, and that was like that Anubis, I think is what I said. It kind of reminded me of Anubis, but I kind of looked at the Anubis. Maybe that's the wrong one because I was thinking more of the one that looked like a bird's head. But it did still look like a dog, but it looked more like it had a hawk-shaped nose rather than a straight one, like it's depicted on a lot of the Egyptian artwork. But yes, it's possible that they can uh, be parts of these like ancient histories of what we've um, got written in some of our older manuscripts. You know, like the pantheon of gods kind of stuff. You know, Roman, Greek, Egyptian, uh, Buddhist, all these pantheons of gods and stuff like this. Yeah, quite possibly it might have been part of that Temple of Seth and other things that um, relate to those gods in Egypt. It seems like there was a time that if you take the manuscripts uh, as serious, and that these were firsthand eyewitnesses just writing down what they saw, yeah, I would agree with you that yes, it's possible that these are the beings that are trying to influence mankind in one way or another.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add to it, my father, in around the time he started working a certain aspect of all of this, he was diagnosed with a supposed tumor in the same exact part of his head. So, Jason, this is, I believe you that that is a part of the phenomena in contact. Is there something going on with that part? And we actually had um, a woman who was from the Biloxi um, tribe in Louisiana come and visit, and she had pointed to my dad's head and mine as well. And she said, "You have a vulnerability there." And that's what made him go in and actually get the test and find out that it was there. Um, and she was a holy woman. Um, Jason, my heart's with you. This is real. Keep fighting. You're amazing, and I will never doubt you again. Thank you, and thank you for being so honest. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I did want to say that listening to some of the folks that are suffering in the space, we definitely need to think about and put our heads together as to, you know, no matter what state of mind people are in, there's a lot of people suffering, and we need to kind of find some resources and try to get those out there for folks. So if anybody has any information to help with that, I know I've got some friends that are already talking about some of that while we were talking in this space, because I hate seeing that happen. You know, good, bad, and different. No matter what's going on, people need help.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jason. There are a couple of groups available on X that you can look up if anybody does need any help like that. I think one of them is
UAP
UAP
Med.
Med, and the other one is Unhidden as well, I think is one. Correct me if I'm wrong. I also just want to echo what Ophelia just said then about Jason, because Tom and I have had the fortunate circumstance to be able to speak to Jason for some while now. And I would just like to echo what Ophelia said and just say, you know, Jason really is one of the great guys. I know at the beginning a lot of people had their doubts, but I really do feel that it is only because Jason came out and said so much stuff that people just weren't prepared for, or think that somebody would come out and be as brave as you have. So I just want to echo what Ophelia said there, man, and certainly myself and Tom really appreciate you and everything you're doing, man. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
UFO intros.
Thanks for the space, guys. Can you hear me?
I
Loud
can,
and
Kimball.
clear.
Welcome.
Awesome. Jason, I wanted to ask you, based on your experiences with the phenomena, do you think that your idea of disclosure or how it might happen could be different than some might assume? Like, in other words, how do you visualize disclosure happening, or do you believe that there are parts of the phenomena that are even effable or could be disclosed as opposed to something that just has to be personally experienced?
Jay, did you hear UFO intro's question?
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. I thought I touched my microphone, but I did not.
Gotcha.
So anyway, yes, that's a good question. And to me, disclosure is not about just one thing. Like for some of you, disclosure might just mean the disclosure that, hey, we're not alone. But wrapped around that one idea is that, well, I know we've made contact. It's unclassified. Why are we still holding on to that fact? Because to me, it would seem that I don't care who you have hired into the program, they're always going to be outmatched and out technologied and all these other things, and hopelessly outmatched. So why would you keep that secret when it's obvious that the contact is not violent for the most part, and that perhaps there are some malign influences going on that we need to be aware of so that we can prepare ourselves, because it seems to me that we can be resistant to any kind of influence if we just stop letting our fears take control, because apparently I've read and heard from other people that there's some entities that seem to thrive on our fear, and things like this. So there's parts of this that's also our responsibility to protect ourselves as well. But that's just one form of disclosure, is that what's going on with just not being alone is wrapped around a lot of different things. But ultimately, the NHI themselves are going to have to come forward. I don't think the program folks have any way of forcing that to happen. They can do like I'm doing and say, yes, we're not alone. And like Colonel Nell and other folks that are, in Nolan and other folks that have come forward and said, yeah, it's 100%, as well as Lula Elizondo and others, David Grush. So, and even our own government is saying we're not alone, or that there's these things flying around, we can't explain them. So, I don't know if we really need that kind of confirmation or disclosure. What I'm really worried about is the program itself. Okay, and there's a process involved in this classification of this program and the deception that is taking place in the public eye as to whether it even exists. The program exists, that is. And that is the part where I think we need to do the planned disclosure thing, because that's a process that's wrapped around governmental things that were agreed to, whether it was 80 years ago after Roswell and all that kind of good stuff, or whenever it was incepted. It's been a tradition pretty much. And obviously, it's already gone past the moratorium of 50 years, and then you're supposed to disclose stuff like the CIA did. Obviously, this program bigoted their program, which means that they have no intention of ever coming clean on it. So that's a problem that has to be handled delicately and has to be handled through the proper channels and has to be handled through cognizant authorities that are probably in the DoD and the Secretary of Defense office spaces, within some of the committee members that are in Congress. And those processes, you need to have a good idea of what's going on in the first place. Now, luckily, I know a good chunk of it. There's others that probably know other pieces of the puzzle, and I'll be happy to talk to anybody that is willing to help navigate that, and write a good paper for folks like Nell did on the catastrophic disclosure stuff. We need to do something similar about disclosure. What does that really mean? We're talking about a number of different things, a number of different processes. Each one of them are going to require different things. Some of them are going to require legislation. Some of them are going to require talking to the DoD and how they're handling some things, and trying to discuss this in a civilized manner. And I don't mean any ill intent. I understand what's going on. I understand the classification of it as well. So to me, there's like two broad categories. So there's the NHI. Are they real? Yes, I'll tell you they are. But I don't think even if they showed their faces that everybody would be convinced that it wasn't some kind of CGI magic trick or something like that. So I don't even know if the NHI coming themselves and saying, we're here, here's your proof, would even work. Disclosure for the planned part, of disclosure, that's a possible thing. It's going to depend on our elections, who we vote in, that we make this an important part of who we elect. Just as everything else that we've talked about that's been political today, it matters who you vote for. And yeah, we don't always get the best of one person and the evil of another. Sometimes we have to choose between two things we don't like, or two people we don't like, and you just have to make your best educated guess. But please don't do that on emotions anymore. We can already see how it's turned into a bunch of turmoil. So please, consider that, and that would be what you guys can do is just vote properly. Be the people that we're one of the few governments that can actually have an effect on the way that we run our country, and that's a good thing. And I think that's the one thing that I've seen early on. That's why I'm reaching out to you guys, is that I'm only one person. I can't do this alone. I need people to back up what we're saying. I need them to do the real thing in their lives, and all the good things that we know we can do to even be good people to each other, as well as voting properly. So that's just my 2 cents in my soapbox for the day. But yeah, disclosure is more than just one thing.
Thanks, Jason.
That was a really, really great response. Like, I might actually go and clip some of what you just said, because I don't think people always at face value think of disclosure that deeply. And I'm not saying everybody's stupid either. I want to be really clear with what I mean by that. So that when people hear the word disclosure, the first thing they think is just the basic revelation that we're not alone, which that's obviously the main spine of this whole situation. But you make a really good point in saying that there's basically levels to this. There's a lot that you need a lot of good minds from different different areas, such as sociology and psychology. There's you need scientists, you need mathematicians, you need the most brilliant thinkers that we have to come together on this particular issue, because it encompasses so many different facets of our own existence that we can't just water it down. It's not a black and white issue. It's colorful. There's a lot of things that we're probably going to have to confront, where you might have to kind of sit back and say, hey, well, what I have done in that situation, maybe I would have been forced to do something that I typically wouldn't agree with. There's a lot to this. It's not simple at all. It's not just about telling people that we have other intelligences around us. There's also the idea that there have been crimes committed in the name of keeping it secret. People have been murdered. There have been steps that have been taken that a lot of us would probably want to see justice for too. So, and that's just one part of it. There's a lot more going on here as well.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't touch on the fact that, there needs to be a real investigation, because that'll be the thing that I think brings this to a new level. I think that's what's going to push disclosure, is that, okay, we finally have a ton of whistleblowers that are all credentialed, and we're all saying the same thing. It's time to honestly put some meat on the bone on, okay, any other court of law, after 80 people come forward and say the same thing is happening, somebody would have been convicted by now. And that's another thing that really concerns me, is that something is getting in the way, be it political or some other thing. But to me, I think that coming forward, at least about the NHI presence would be a good show of confidence from the DoD and whoever else is controlling the narrative about us being alone or not being alone, needs to come forward and just say, hey, yeah, we're not alone. And that'll get people off their back to a certain degree. And then maybe if they can, behind closed doors, have those classified discussions with the oversight committees and just get to the bottom of this and get rid of the bad eggs out of the program that have done these things and approved them, for crying out loud. I mean, I know that not everybody in this program probably is even cognizant of some of the concerns that the whistleblowers have brought forward because it's so stovepiped. So there's a lot of people caught up in this that are quite innocent. But then there's another cadre that's much smaller that do need to be facing some kind of music for what they've decided to do with this stuff. And that's the real thing here. But that's only going to happen through honest investigation. And it can't be done by the DoD, for crying out loud. Sticking arrow on them is not going to solve a damn thing, in my mind. That's like asking the mafia to go investigate themselves. Come on, man. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Good evening, everybody, and how is everybody this evening? Just doing a quick mic check. Can everybody hear me okay?
Hello, Roy. How are you?
I'm doing swimmingly fantastic as ever.
Good, good.
Some of the people were mentioning some of the issues this evening, saying that they are ontological, and one thing leads to another, and all those sort of things, in that everything is related in that respect. They're right in that not the NHI, as it were, present an ontological issue. I mean, life should be abundantly everywhere, as the conditions for life exist in the cosmos everywhere. So we can put that down. To think of ourselves as the only singularly species that have ever emerged, as it were, from the swamp of nothingness is delusional at best. My pursuit is one of the signs, essentially, so I can't speak of anything to do with the alien or what sort of type they are, or any experience of that at all. But mine comes from the aspect of reverse engineering certain aspects of some things that I witnessed when I was 13 years old. So I pursued that path essentially into science, and which has come up to the current hypothesis I have got, which is that Tom hit a note upon it this evening, which was a manipulation of time, and time being very different from what we currently perceive. Okay, so if we can quite easily perceive things in a virtual context, in that we all play virtual games and things like that. So we understand about things that are in the abstract and real, and things that are virtual in their context. And context is the heart of the phenomena as well, in that you have a context. You have certain properties that determine what you are, okay? And the state of you, for example, your abstract form as a solid. Parts of you are fluid, okay? So there's different symmetries, as it were, that make up you. Well, those symmetries and those rules of symmetries make up all things, okay? Like a glass of water, for example, is a fluid at normal room temperature, but it can be something else at a different temperature. Okay, it can be a solid. Okay, it can also be a gas. Now, these forms of geometric symmetries, essentially, the properties of any moment, denote the outcome for you or for the water or for anything in the cosmos. Now, my theory suggests that this rule of conservation applies to all things independently of scale. Now, that provides what we call geometric unity of the scales, in that all things are using that commonality, as it were, right away, all the way up the stack. And you can see this in everyday things, from the petals on a flower to your hair to your DNA. That geometry is at work everywhere. Well, this underlying rule of conservation I've called dynamic behaviorism, and it seems to have a relationship with all things and in all ways. Okay, so ultimately, if we think of that contextualities, as it were, in that relationship to all things in all ways, and that all things are a transform according to the properties of any moment, then all are potentially one and one is potentially all. Okay, in that ultimate hierarchical fractal geometric unity, as it were. Okay, now because of that conservational symmetry applies independently of scale, we can now answer the green tablet and the ancient documents that were proposing that all is as above, so below. Well, essentially it is. Okay, so that's that rule, as it were, at play. So now we can bind everything together, and if we apply that conservational rule to those moments of time, of that moment where the properties are determined in any one moment, then time is more than a moment. Time is a greater temporal symmetry. Okay, but it's not abstract like me and you, but it holds a virtual context. And we see that wave-like form, that fluidity of time when we look out in the cosmos. Okay, we can see that the hydrodynamics of galaxies turning, for example, show us that that's flowing in something. Well, there's a medium there. And it's essentially that temporal hydrodynamics of time in the fifth dimension, a virtual contextual domain of time. Okay, so now if we imagine it like a stream, as it were, then any slowing of a stream creates a differential inertia. So the slowing of time creates an inertia, and we perceive this inertia as gravity. So that rule of conservation, that very simple little thing called conserved, all is conserved in time, as is time, answers all the problems in science. And it answers the questions surrounding the phenomena. But understanding what you are is perhaps more important than understanding the phenomena. And perhaps that's what we should be looking at first. Because once we get that right, then we get the unity. Then we get to play with the toys of the box. And I'll land it there.
Oh my goodness, Roy. Oh wow. I think I could listen to you for 1,000 years. That was fabulous. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and insight. Wow.
Always brilliant, right? Ever since we met Roy, like he has always blown my mind, and yet he and I speak a very similar language, ironically, and we've had many interesting conversations over the last year or so. So I cherish my friendship with Roy very deeply.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and you've got a beautiful way of conveying complex matters to the everyday person. So props. Big up
We
to
all
Roy.
have a mission, Holly. That's what I've discovered. I was an atheist all my life. You know, science, I pursued science and information technologies and the highest, the best thing. You know, I reached all the goals, as it were. I had the big house on the hill, everything. And then everything changed for me. And, you know, as life changes, we all change. The properties of the moment denote the outcome. And those properties can change.
We need a quote of the day from Roy. I compel you to tweet a Roy quote out for us all each day, because you do have some absolute corkers. Tom, should we go to some hands? Who was next? Was it VC?
Yeah, I believe so. He's back up, and then we'll get to, I believe it would be Denver after that. Yep.
VC?
Yeah. Yes, just to clarify, Jason, earlier, so we can all understand a little better. When you were I'm still unclear about being read into the program, what that timeline is when you were going up on the base, when you had the experience. Just more details about what that program was you're read into. I'm just wondering I'm confused about it. It's something that just wanting more detail, if you can provide that, the timeline and what it was, the details about what you were being read into. Then the other thing is, when the incident happened and everybody was knocked out but you, since you were conscious, I guess, are you saying that you maintained a continuous conscious awareness? And so how did that transpire with the other people, so many of them getting knocked out unconscious? Obviously, there's some technology or ability to target people separately than from what you experienced. And what do you think about that, as far as maybe that they were zapped by some kind of something that could create unconsciousness, whether it's disorienting, or how did they come out of it? Were they disoriented for a while, or were they just like waking up from a sleep, or you know what I'm
No, they
saying?
weren't. No, they weren't disoriented at all. Um, but the program, the timeline, I think it joined in 1991 and exited 1994. I was read in at the what they call the umbrella level, which is different from being on a subcompartmented level inside the special access program because of the nature of my job and mission. I had to be able to go to all the sites and all of the different programs and report on it back to the local commander wherever I went. So I had a different level of read in than most, and also got to hear the detail level at each of the subcompartmented levels, which is something most of the leaders like Eric Davis wouldn't have, is because he's got one thing that he's in charge of, but there could be any number of other things that are going on that he has no detail on. So that's kind of who I was, and that's the nature of what I was doing, and the timeline.
And did you maintain contact with the other witnesses? I mean, even though they were knocked out, did you
Yes,
talk to
I
them?
did reach out to them. One of them did respond, but then when I mentioned the UFO incident of Nellis in '94, he ghosted me.
Thank you very much, Jason. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Danva, you had a question, I believe.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for the great space today. Just a quick question for Jason. Jason, is it possible with these different species of NHI that are here, is it possible that some of them are extraterrestrial and others are interdimensional, or even going further in time travelers, humans in the future? Is it possible that there's a mixture of different beings from different places coming, or do you think it's like all or like one or none? Or
No, I definitely believe it's a mixture of all of them. Um, I recently even had a friend of mine that experienced what I would think is an interdimensional contact. And the reason I came to that assumption was just the way he described the craft, looking like it was both far away, and then when it turned, it looked like it was nearly like right in front of him with an opening in it. And then the creature that he saw also seemed to, when it looked like they were going to shake hands, or he said that it shook its hand, but it felt like a vibration to me that would be indicative of interdimensional, because in our two-dimensional brains, if something was multidimensional and we were feeling the sensation in our nervous system, they would have more dimensions to their hand, let's say, that they were trying to shake with ours, and it would feel like a vibration because in our brains we couldn't feel all the different dimensions as readily, and it would feel like a vibration rather than just what we normally feel in a two-dimensional or three-dimensional handshake. And that was kind of why I believe there are dimensional entities out there. Um, I do believe time is malleable. We've already proven that scientifically. There may be places in our universe even that are traveling backwards in time. We just don't even realize it now. So those are all possibilities as well. And yeah, I honestly believe that the person I met in the desert was not from around here, because I was presented with a star map from where he was from. And it was not here, it was in the constellation Leo. So that's why I believe there's more than one type.
thank you very much, Jason. And just a quick follow up. Do these different NHI utilize different technology in their crafts, like, or does all of it funnel to a single point of scientific ability, for lack of a better term?
In the program, they mainly experimented with electromagnetic, electromechanical, electrothermal, those kinds of things. However, I would say that there's probably more than one drive type that they've been looking at. Just from what we see, some of them seem to have an external plasma aura. Others don't seem to have that at all. Some of them actually look like they have an exhaust of some kind. And so there may be a whole multitude of different types of ways that they convey themselves through time and space.
Jason, thank you so much. Again, you're American hero, man. Thank you. Thank you for the space.
Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you.
I see John Strader.
What's up, John?
Hey guys, what a great space. Dig me, Tom, Holly, amazing. I love it when we get the badass Brits in the house and they lay down the law, run a wonderful space. So I do have a question and comment for Jason, but I wanted to quickly, before, ask permission if I could quickly plug a space I'm doing this Saturday that I put in the purple pill. Is that okay?
Yeah, please do. Please do. Always.
You
Thank you
can
so
only
much.
do it if you sing.
Well, everybody, let me tell you about my
you did it.
space.
Oh,
I've
we did
got
it.
Richard
We
Geldrich.
went right for it.
While
I
John's
can do
singing
it.
as a song.
I was
No
gonna sing the
hesitation.
entire thing, but
Oh, he'll go for it. While John is singing, I'm quite
Tell us
conscious.
about the space.
So let me tell you about this space. I
Let
got
me tell you about
Richard Geldrich. I got Richard Geldrich.
Okay,
He's
John, I
got
don't think
rock
you're going to get a
and roll.
record deal, my dude. I think, yeah, stop.
Okay, so I'll stop. I'm sorry. You called for it, so I will
Well,
go there.
be careful what you wish for. I'm also conscious that Jason's had a lot of questions thrown at him.
I think we'll be fine. I'm not gonna get any gotcha questions towards Jason. I just want to quickly say that this Saturday, 4:00 Eastern, 7:00 Pacific, I've got Rich Geldrich coming in.
Love him.
I've been working on him for a very, very long time. This will be his first space. He's going to do a full presentation of his Contact in the Desert presentation, which he was rushed through. And I'm going to have a killer co-hosts, killer panelists. It's going to be very, very well curated. He's willing to come in, talk to us, share his knowledge, and then take questions from the crowd. So I'm just very excited to have him come, and I'm hoping you'll all come. I did put the link. Thank you. I did put the link in the purple pill. I do not host these kinds of spaces from my John Strader account, so it will be at the UFO hotspot. So when you see the space down there, you can click a reminder or give me a follow. And I wanted to ask Jason. I know that he's doesn't want to take a lot of questions too much more till the movie comes out, but if he would like to come and be part of it, and maybe even ask some questions to Rich if he has any, that would be great. So I wanted to invite him there. So now here's my question. My question, Jason, is I know that you can't really talk about what you're going to reveal in the movie, but we're all waiting with bated
He
breath.
really can't. I spoke to James myself this week, so don't push it, John Strader.
Holly, trust me. I know you think I'm going to go rogue. I swear I'm not. I swear. So what I was going to say is once the movie is out, and I feel like it'll be Jason Unleashed. He'll be coming back, creating a full sandstorm, and I'm hoping that once you're out, you're going to be coming back to spaces, maybe even being a host or something, and really being able to talk more about all the stuff that you've been holding back. And I'm wondering, do you have like a YouTube tour scheduled? Because I'm sure people are lining up. So I just want to know, like, what is in store for Jason post the release of the program?
That's a good question. First of all, I just want to say that James has put out a message that he's got his movie going into the sound production, and he mentioned that he also does the coloration, balancing, and things like this also. And then I think he wants to do some trailers and get those out. So he's on track, but he is exhausted. So if you have a little time to wish him well, he needs to know that he's really put in a phenomenal effort. That you heard that from me. That he's really burnt the midnight oil. His body is racked from what he was saying. He's really needs some good feedback to let him know he's he's doing good. Anyway, so yeah, I would like to come Saturday, but I've been told to kind of back off a little bit because I've got other things going on with, my clearance, trying to locate a job, things like this are still ongoing with me. So I'm really going to be focused on that. I just came out to this space because Digby and Thomas and Paige, they have been really, really supportive of me. I talk to them a lot in Signal, and we just have a really good time. And I wanted to be here for them before I kind of went dark again until after the movie. So after the movie, yes, John, I'm hoping I can find time to do more outreach. I think I would prefer doing maybe once a month and take some questions and stuff like that, and then open it up for other discussions and things like that. But I find that if I do get involved too much, it takes a little too much of my time. And once I get a job, that might even be less. So I think once a month would be good. And that would be something that I think that, I could get on board with you on that with John and some of the other folks. Now, the other things that are going on with me, I've got, of course, some journalists are writing on me right now. They're formulating different stories. They understand I have a timeline for after the movie as well, or after the film. So they're doing that. There's been a number of other opportunities as well, whether it be some kind of an news outlet or uh, some other sort of a TV spot. I don't know. All those things could happen, and I'm an open book for that. I'm like I said, I really feel like I need to do my part to at least push the disclosure a little bit more, try to get this program to a better place, get my friends out of danger, and also inform the public, because I think all those things are very important. And I don't think I'm ever going to have another opportunity, nor are any of us in our lifetime, to have as much to say and to do to try to get to that point where we can actually get to knowing that we're finally not alone, and getting to a better spot also in the program where they can do their jobs more effectively. And we can also benefit from some of their research a little bit more effectively through patents that help medicines, that help energy production and things like that. So that's where I'm at with it in my head right now. So I'm a kind of a mess right now. I have no idea how things are going to follow it after the movie, but we'll see.
Thank you so much for your update. We're all pulling for you. We are all supporters. You're our whistleblower. Our whistleblower. You are the people's whistleblower. We support you. I can't wait to hear a report that you got a killer job and you're all set up and everything's been cleaned up so that you're out there kicking ass and taking names. Tom, Digby, Holly, thank you so much for the mic. I appreciate it. I'll drop down.
Thanks so much, John. Really, really, really great input there. And I threw your space up there in the nest for everybody to go and bookmark so that they can make sure they are able to attend that. And I'll definitely try to be there as well, provided that I'm not slaving at my day job.
Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you,
When
Jason.
you asked me if I had a YouTube, no, I don't. I've never hosted anything. I would probably suck at it right now.
No, I just meant the YouTube channels are all going to be lining up. Ross Coulthard and Weaponize, and everyone's going to be lining up going, we want the man, Jason.
Yeah, well, I'll be there for them. I do know some of those names already, so we'll see what happens.
I'm sure Digby and Tom will get you on their podcast too. So it's all going to be.
We may or may not be on the list.
Oh,
could be.
I'm just going to give Jason a little. These guys are worthy, and I just can't wait for the sandstorm to continue.
John, straight out reporting
sandstorm.
live.
I like that. That's a t-shirt waiting to happen if I've ever seen one. Oh, the sandstorm's coming. Ah, shit. We're doing it, Jason. Doing it, dude.
Yeah.
Want to go to some hands, Tom? Lazarus, perhaps?
Definitely. Please.
I think VC was first.
I think VC's asked a couple of questions. Do you want to fire ahead, Lazarus? Then we'll move.
Yeah,
on to
I
VC.
just wanted to ask Jason if he had any contact with what's his name now? Agent D'Souza. What's his first name? John D'Souza, I think.
John D'Souza, yeah.
Former agent. Isn't he involved a little bit with the as they called UAPs or he? I know he's connected a little bit with the missing children or missing persons project, but he's also, I believe, connected to alien um, topics of alien abduction and stuff like that. I don't know too much about it. It's just
Yeah, I do like D'Souza. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He does fight for, some of the same things that, you, me, and everybody else fight for, especially when it comes to children and their protection. Um, but no, I don't know him personally. Wouldn't mind meeting him. I do respect him much, but that's about all I have is just have a respect for him. I haven't met him personally.
Yeah, John's been around for a number of years now. He's been on a bunch of different podcasts, been interviewed, and I've read some of his book, which was really interesting too. He definitely seems like his heart is in the right place. I've never seen anybody really tie him to anything like weird or suspicious. He comes off like a lot of us that really just want answers. And he's been in a position to maybe know certain things but he also has, like Jason said, a really good head on his shoulders. He has investigative abilities that maybe the average person doesn't, and spends his time trying to put the pieces together. I do have a lot of respect for him. Just, what's up?
Sorry, I'm chewing my dinner. Um, Hi. I just sorry. Um, I was just wondering, do the NHI, do they need to have bases here, or can they just come back and forth from their uh point of origin, or maybe another planet they have bases, or do you know how it's done?
Potentially from anywhere. I'll say that.
Jason, do you know? Thanks, Roy. Do you know, Jason, exactly what's going on?
I do know that within the program, they do work through some of the bases that we have. There's a possibility that even some of the money that's been given for resourcing the program, I think some of that might have been a joint effort on some of the things that the NHI have been wanting, facilities. Since, the program obviously has been running for about 80 years now, they'd probably have some permanent buildings installed and tunnels. I know they exist. I do suspect there is probably some other underwater places as well that they could easily, an NHI probably has the technology to build. We even have the technology to build those to a certain extent, but maybe not as prolifically as the NHI could. So yeah, I would say that yeah, there's a reason for having some bases and some permanent contact here. But I also agree with Roy that yeah, they could be just literally anywhere. I'm sure there's other NHI that maybe they can traverse time and space in an instant and don't need to worry about where they're at any given time. Or they could, have a base elsewhere, the moon, the Mars, some other planet in our solar system, or even a neighboring galaxy, and that's close enough. So it just kind of depends on where you want to go with your logic on that.
Also, can I ask a question I didn't get to ask in the other space? Just one more question.
By all means.
Okay, so do you know anything about Bledsoe? Did I ask you that?
I don't know if you did. I know I've been asked about Bledsoe.
So do you know like anything about that, or you have no clue?
Um, yeah, I haven't met the guy. I've read a little bit about him. He seems like he's trying to get to the bottom of things and inform people of what he believes is going on. Um, is there anything in particular that you've got a question about? What
Well,
he's
do you know, yeah, like the kind of entities that he's dealing with compared to the ones you met? And maybe I asked you this, but they have like a triangle on their front. And Mario Woods also talked about a triangle on the chest.
Oh, that. I have not met a being with a triangle on their chest. So know that, but the actual description of the humanoid form, the physicality, yes, I would say the physicality is very similar. But I would never make an assumption. I would think it would be a bad assumption actually to think that all of them have to wear the same uniform. So yeah, he might be being contacted by a certain group of them that do have a uniform that does have that triangle on their chest.
Okay, thank you.
I'll say real quick too. A while back when I was on a previous podcast, we had interviewed Mario. And that was actually something that off camera we had kind of had a little bit of a discussion about was this insignia being correlated with other cases. So I've definitely seen that come up, and in my own research, specifically into the Greys, that was something that popped up a lot. I had gotten a few DMs about that specifically after I had released the part 1 video, the Eyes of the Infiltrators, that insignia being present. So there's definitely some connection there. It has been seen by many experiencers apparently, being worn on the uniform of an NHI and in other places as well. So it's definitely something that to make a note about. It's really interesting. Also, just doing a little housekeeping here. Digby's still here, but he is in a completely different time zone. And because the other people in his house are sleeping, that's why he hasn't really spoken in a while. He just wanted me to let you guys know that. And we'll get to VC and then AKA and then the dude that's got a bunch of emojis in his name that it would be pronounced D alien radioactive me.
Okay. Now to the biggest problem of all that I see facing. And it's a serious question. I mean that we all face a serious issue if you're really trying to get disclosure, because this is so predictable. Now, Jason has been in this studying the UFO stuff intensely since about 2021. But for decades, this has been predictable with the idea of disclosure that somehow we're going to go to the government and they're going to disclose to us by forcing them or whatever. And then the government comes up with a response here and they give the opportunity for whistleblowers to come in. And let me just tell you, this is totally predictable ahead of time. It's going to be rejected, the result ahead of time. If the answer isn't what everybody expects or wants, all right, but they went in believing that they were going to get an answer, okay. 40 to 80 of them, according to Jason, whistleblow went into the program. If I'm wrong, he can correct me. But the point is, they went in good faith. But I can guarantee you, I could have predicted this, and so could have lots of other people in the field would have said, "Yeah, they're not going to like the answer if the answer is negative," and then the report will be discredited, of course, and that could all been said ahead of time. So, and now we're saying, "Oh, let's get some independent report done." Oh my God. Now, how's that going to be possible for that? Some independent people, agency, whatever, going to get plugged into the biggest secrets in the universe? I mean, if you're going with the ET angle, all right, there's that. Or if you're going with the government technology angle, and I think in probabilities, I don't give one side or the other dominance. I'm thinking 50-50 here or a blend. But the point is that uh, I don't think the government, in their right mind, is going to disclose that out to any kind of independent group or format that can somehow, because it's a security risk. And you have to consider that some of these technologies the government has control over, and some of those are extended further out to third party corporations who may or may not have patents. Let me tell you something. You're not all thinking this through. It's not just patents that companies can have, they can have proprietary technology they don't disclose in a patent or anything. You don't have any way of finding out what it is. And I don't think the government has tentacles to go in and force that information out. So you see what I'm saying? And it's like you're just going to be banging your head against the wall, is kind of the way I interpret things going, because you're not going to get the cooperation from the corporations, and the government is going to go in and tell them to release the information. Think of the power that the military industrial complex has. Do you think they're going to let little measly politicians pass some laws or something to gain access to their stuff? It's not reachable by FOIA. Okay, so this is the whole problem. So I think it's a nice theoretical idea to have some independent party out there, but I just don't see the cooperation with the corporations or the government because of all the security and classified risks. So you're stuck. You're on the outside. I just don't see how you're going to get in there and penetrate it. There'd have to be a revolution in this country in the political system, and not just Schumer, one senator, or the Clintons were talking about this back in the 90s, talking about getting the information. Every president been asked about it. Obama, Trump. So this we go in circles, and I don't know how you. I don't think anybody's thought of the sophisticated plan to get the answers, because. And then if you don't like the answer, even if it was set up and it's not that they're real ET aliens, then practically everybody that still believes in it is going to not, is going to, they're not going to believe it. So we just keep going in circles. I guess I've said enough to kind of get the idea across how Jason and your group of 40 to 80 people have masterminded this to penetrate all the problems I've just discussed. I'm curious.
We have discussed all of these things in gory detail. We understand the proprietary information. There's a desire to set up a discrete, patent sort of disclosure office. You got to think also that these patents are going to be beneficial to the private industry to be able to get away from the military's heavy-handedness, and they'd be more free to use the technologies that they do have proprietary knowledge of to make more money for themselves. So there's a win-win there. When it comes to independent investigation, of course, you're going to have people that are leading it independent, and you can have SMEs from the DoD in there, and they can be the trusted agents for that to navigate some of the more touchy subjects. But it would all have to be very transparent in the investigation, and that would have to be reported back to the committees. So again, these are all the details that I didn't talk about earlier, but those are the things that need to be written down a little bit more succinctly, and things that need to be thought through and considered so that you can get the right kind of teams together to do the investigating. And you're also talking about a series of, I hate to say it, politics and legislation, because you're talking about a different set of authorities, because right now Department of Homeland Security and FBI are the only ones able to go into these private industries state by state within the continental U.S. So that's another thing that would have to be worked out as to who would be the belly button agency if we want to choose DHS. All right, do we want to use their authority, or do we want to give some authority to somebody else like Arrow, or do we want to give it to just the investigating folks during the time of the investigation and then revoke that authority or whatever? Those are the kind of questions we have to ask and get some serious questions answered on those. So out of the 40 to 80, you're talking about a bunch of people that are very well versed, some of them very high ranking, some of them very, very aware of some of these issues, both in the private industry and in the government. And I'm glad to walk with them through that. And I think it's time that we had a real discussion and had a real meeting of the minds on how to tackle some of those problems, because I do agree that if we just go with, hey, let's do some testimony, we're not going to get anywhere. And it's really the investigation that, to me, is the big topic of the day. Is that what do we mean by disclosure, and how do we investigate that, so that we can get to a better spot with all that, so everybody's happy. We're not putting the knife in anybody's gut. And even the people in the program realize that this is going to end up in a better way than they think it is. And it ain't so bad to talk to people in a classified sense about the classified pieces and the unclassified stuff with the public. And that's really what they have to decide. But I know that's going to take some doing and some processing people talking, and that's why the plan disclosure is slow. So yeah, it's not like we haven't thought about this. We're not running around with our blinders on, thinking hunky dory, disclosure. Yeah, it's a big D. And that's all we think. No, we've actually put some thought into this.
Yeah, I just think that the defense companies, though, are going to protest. Like I said, it's not just patents, Jason. There's proprietary technology that's not even
Right.
in a
And
patent.
honestly, we've talked about that as well. But there's also some legal issue with that. That if they did have, you see, number one, if they do have technology that's not our own, and they reversed engineered something and created a technology and didn't hand that out to other private industry and or even in DoD, there's a big legal issue there because that's unfair uh, competition, and that's the kind of stuff that they've kind of opened themselves up for. So that's another aspect that we're looking at.
Yeah, and that's important that you mentioned that because I think that's a very controversial topic, and that there seems to be motivations. I've heard that with Elizondo saying something to that effect. Company A has something, and Company B can't get it. And I'll say the example like Lockheed Martin has it, and Bigelow doesn't, and so they want this dispersed out. But again, if it's proprietary and the other company has a patent on it. I just, you're talking about major revolutionary changes in the law and everything to do this, and this is going to take an act of Congress of
Well,
both.
you're also looking at things where some of the technologies are more readily available for this discussion and others are not. So it's kind of like a waterfall effect that if you begin at least at the low hanging fruit level of the things that can help to get this technology uh, to be turned over, whether classified or not, proprietary or not, and help them to make some money off their patents. Take the low hanging fruit, and then the others might see, hey, it's not so bad, and you get a few more. So over the years, over the months, things get better, and at the same time, there's more impetus to get to disclosure and full disclosure, but it does take time, and that's one thing you can't get away from is it does take time.
Yeah, I'm just saying, though, again, it's going to take Congress, both House, Senate, and President to sign off on all this to get to the information because it's such a revolutionary change in what anybody's willing to talk about. I mean, you're talking an incredible feat that would never have been done. That's just my opinion. That's my skeptic. Now, I will say I take a very skeptical stance that from this perspective, I think it's a real problem. And good luck to all of you. But it's going to take way more than 40 or 80 people. It's going to take the House, the Senate, and the President. And good luck.
Yeah, I agree with you, and yeah, it is not an easy subject. And yeah, you're right. This is a complex issue. I'm ready to tackle it. I know a lot of the insider stuff already, and some of the other whistleblowers have pieces of the puzzle I do not. So yeah, it's something that's going to take some things. But Viola, you mentioned the one thing that it's going to take the president and the House and the Senate all together in unison. That's why it's so important we use our power to vote.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jason. I'm glad you acknowledged that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for people being patient with me. I appreciate it.
Holly, go right ahead. You've obviously got eminent domain since you're a co-host.
I unfortunately I'm about to turn into a pumpkin. It's midnight, and I'll be up real soon for like normal life. So thank you for letting me join in. What a wonderful, wonderful space, Jason. I really do hope you're taking care of yourself amongst all of the challenges and obstacles you face. But
Thank you.
please take care of yourself. Please do. Boys, it was great.
Thank you so much, Holly. We
pleasure.
haven't seen you in a while, and
I've been
you're always
hiding.
welcome. Always
Yeah,
welcome.
I've been hiding. I think my next space, I'll probably have Dr. Beatrice with me talking about the Vasco project. So I'm planning on that. But yeah, I'm going to go to sleep now and head into dream time. Stay bright, everyone.
Much love, Holly. Thanks for co-hosting with us. We're going to be wrapping pretty soon too, because I know Jay's going to be bouncing out of here shortly. So what we're going to do is try to get around to all the hands that are still up, and then we'll have any closing remarks for anybody that would like to do so. AKA, I know you've been waiting for a really, really long time, so I want to get to you, and then we'll get to Just, and then we'll throw it around the room.
Thank you, Tom. I really appreciate it. By the way, the your show last week, I just had to say, was epic with Astral as co-host. You guys should
Oh,
definitely
thanks,
do
man. I
more of that.
appreciate that.
Fantastic stuff.
Thanks so
Hi,
much.
Jay. Yeah, Jay, we have never met. I have been following you for several years now, if that's okay. I did have a question though. With the current retention numbers throughout the armed services components, including Air Force and Space Force, those numbers are looking like they're the lowest since the Vietnam era. Given that, after your documentary releases and we have executive branch disclosure, is it possible, do you foresee the program using that as a way to attract new recruits into those two specific services as a recruitment sort of motivator once everybody learns of just how it operates?
That's a good question. Honestly, AK, that's brilliant. I think that is a great idea. I think that would be something that would help the services as well, because who wouldn't want to be part of something like that? I mean, to not only be helping your own nation and protecting it, but knowing that you are also having a chance to work inside of a program that really affects all of mankind. That would really send a message. So no, I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, that's a brilliant idea.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That was a really, really good
Starfleet.
question. Love that.
Yeah, Starfleet is very probably not very far away, perhaps.
Dude, I would totally sign up for Starfleet. Like, honestly. Go ahead, Just.
So piggybacking on AKA's question, was Space Force actually made to fight NHI? Do we have ships in space paroling our planet? And are there two NHI? Do you know if there's two NHI that are battling it out?
For the first part of your question, Space Force, when that happened, that was mainly in response to China and them advancing their own space program. So I think that's when they set it up. If there was any NHIs involved in that, I don't know. I haven't been in the program to, know any of that and be privy to the information that might be. As for NHI being at each other's throats, yeah, I'd say they suffer the same sorts of wars as we do from time to time. And it's quite obvious that here, at least on this planet, we seem to be, in our planet and resources seem to be a point of contention with at least two factions, if not more. So that would be my opinion, though.
So they're battling it out for our planet's resources?
Well, battling it out for our, I think some of them are battling to gain control more than anything else. And I think it's more influence at this point than it is resources. But who knows, if they have, like undersea bases, and again, this is just me conjecturing and thinking it through, that they could be mining stuff off of our planet without even asking for permission, for crying out loud. And we wouldn't even know it. That sort of stuff could be happening already. But as for the overall influence of our race, I definitely feel like there's a force for our freedom fighting for us and wishes the best for us. And I do also see a force of people or beings that are against it, or at least trying to subjugate us as they've done in the past.
Are these the same beings that made us?
Manipulated our DNA, maybe
Yeah.
made us. I'm not quite sure.
People manipulated DNA.
Yeah, so I think that you know I think we're too well acclimated in many ways that perhaps our DNA, to me at least, this is my opinion, that our DNA has been manipulated or modified at some point, um, and maybe a number of points, and maybe still ongoing. Who knows? But in any case, I think originally though we were indigenous, and that's why I think a lot of the indigenous tribes around the world have a very rich set of stories of the ancient past where they understood creation as being very close to their own race, and that was fraught with people from the stars and all these other things that we've lost many years ago because of who we are. But these tribes, the Aboriginals in Australia, for example, African Americans in some cases, who've come from, or not African Americans, but Africans from Africa. There's some tribes there. I think it's the Dagon or Dogon, uh, those tribes. And you've got also the American Indians and Native Americans. Uh, that's the more appropriate term. Sorry, I said the other one first. But all of those tribes of the earth seem to have contact also even today. And they seem to be singled out bloodline like. And I've heard from several people that have investigated why that is, but they all have said, I've heard that from I think two or three people now, that one of the common threads is that Native Americans are kind of common here in the continental U.S. that they have known about this contact, and it's still ongoing. Um, so those are all things to put in your hat when you think about the different factions and who's on our side and who's not, because it seems like the ones that are positive influence in our lives also are the ones contacting the tribes that are native, and that to me says something about the original uh, you know inhabitants of this planet being the people that are being looked at and either preserved and or modified.
That was fascinating, honestly.
You mind if I
Like I
speak to
really
that?
loved all of that. Yeah, because I want to get through the hands. So we're going to wrap up pretty soon. So yeah, you go ahead, and then we'll get to Doom, and then we'll throw it around the room.
Yes, Jason, thank you for saying that. I'm uh, indigenous myself. I'm from the Navajo Nation here in the United States. And I was raised traditionally, and I know my people's creation story. Um, we, just to kind of outright say it, a lot of people in these spaces and elsewhere tend to call our creation stories as mythology. When our indigenous people across the globe consider it as history, because that's what it is. It's the truth that's been codified in oral tradition and passed down from generation to generation. So I'm fortunate to know my people's creation story, and I'm happy to share what information I have and that I can, that I'm allowed to, and when I can. So I started contributing to spaces here and there, and started hosting some spaces with my uncle La Sue down there, and some other folks. Ursula, especially, she's got some great information. So what you said is absolutely true, and I've heard from other sources as well, like John Ramirez, GS15, former CIA analyst. He said the same thing you have. Michael Herrera has said the same thing, and that's a little bit dark. But yes, we are targeted. Now we are press ganged, abducted, recruited, quote unquote, for our genetics and our connection with the star people, and it's disturbing, and I don't like it, but it's the truth. It happens. It actually is rolled up in our epidemic called missing and murdered indigenous people. It's not necessarily what's the main focus of that, but it is part of that. So Yeah, I appreciate those words, Jason, and and I'd love to share more with you if you'd like to talk more.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear, brother. I'm Wisquaky, by the way.
Oh, really? Are you from the
Iowa.
Oklahoma side, Kansas side, Iowa?
Iowa, yeah. And my dad was full-blooded. I'm half, so yeah, he comes from those tribes up that way.
Oh, fantastic! Just so you're aware, um, I don't know if John Strader is here anymore, but we're putting together he's going to host some spaces with that feature Indigenous people, and they're going to tell from we're going to talk about the phenomenon from our perspective and our experiences, and it's going to be pretty phenomenal. And that's coming up soon. I don't know when he's going to share that, but you should be part of that.
Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, I've always wanted to look up my heritage there because my dad was, I have to tell you, my dad was adopted for one reason or another. So he always held it against his parents, and he always kind of didn't tell me, but eventually he was opening up to it and everything. But I never bothered going through the tribal heritage paperwork and everything to, do the blood tests or whatever else it is they do. But I do. I've always had an interest in that part of my heritage.
Fantastic. I'll say one more thing and then I'll end it. But thanks for sharing that. That's beautiful. It is a problem across the globe, across our country. But we love for you to connect with our people. We will welcome you home as we can. But the last piece I wanted to say was there was another corroboration I had. I held a space 2 nights ago, and I had a experienced remote viewer come and tell me why we're so sought out, and it was just another confirmation. Basically, essentially saying the same thing you did, same thing that John Ramirez said and Michael Herrera had said. So it's it's real. It's unfortunate in some instances, but it's also beautiful in some instances. It corroborates the things that we've known. So
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah. Maybe that'll be one of the YouTubes. You guys can put me in one of the sweat tents.
Oh man, you'll be in for it. Thank you.
Yeah, no kidding. That was really interesting. I have a deep. I'm not Native American myself, but I do have always had a deep appreciation for Native American culture. I find it really beautiful and fascinating, and the artwork is just absolutely amazing, and the stories too, the oral traditions, specifically centered around like the Star People, and it's just I can never get enough of it. As soon as somebody sends me something and it's got UFOs and tribe or Native Americans like literally like all together in one sentence, I'm there, man. Like I find that stuff so interesting. Um, so we don't have a lot of time left here. Obviously, I was trying to get Doom up here, but I don't know if he's like glitching out or I know he's trying to get in and speak.
Doom is here.
We're gonna. Yeah, where did he go? I don't know where he went. He was just here. I don't know if he disconnected. Yeah, he was trying to come up and speak, but I think he's all right. There he is. He's back again. So hopefully we can get him in. Doomer Zaddy, and then Lazarus will get you in at the very end here, real brief, because I know. Full disclosure, it's very late where Digby is, and obviously he's the one in control of this. So if he leaves, it shuts everything down. So we'll get everybody to kind of throw in their closing thoughts here, and then we'll wrap it up. But in the meantime, Lazarus, go ahead. In the meantime, I'm still trying to get Doomer up here. I don't know what the hell's going on, but yeah, go ahead in the meantime.
All right, I'm patient. Just it's something that Chissy.
Yeah, it's Cherry Elbows. You can call me CB.
Sorry. Yeah. I had
Hey.
something in mind to ask you, and now it escapes me for some reason. I also wanted to encourage Jason. I don't know what you guys are trying to expose exactly, and I'm not trying to be ignorant, because I'm obviously have a different experience. I'm I'm specifically focus on human agencies and evil wickedness in high places, not specific individuals. I know there's a spirituality involved here, so I don't know what Jason is trying to expose. I'm kind of indirectly asking you, Jason. I don't know, but VC expressed that all the forces we have to go up against, and I deal with that every day. And I'm not trying to sound like a hero, but I'm switched off to all that. I feel like David going up against Goliath. And David, before he went out, he put Saul had all this armor for him to put on, and they had this standoff forever. And the giant Goliath has been mocking them for a long time, and then finally, everyone's shaking in their boots, and David gets up there, little shepherd boy. It's a spirit, is what I'm getting at. That God is with you if you're in the right, if you are looking to uncover or expose evil. Don't look at, like Peter walking on the water towards Christ. Don't look at everything around you. Look at Christ. Look at your goal, and that if your motives are pure, you can drink from the cup, or you can walk on water. You can do anything, and you won't be alone, because this is spiritual battle, and what we're dealing with is, people are just people.
Yeah, I agree that there's getting to the first part of your question, I think is the best way to clarify it is just, what are we trying to disclose here, and what's the real end game with all of that? Well, like I was saying, that's a multifaceted question, but if it's just about the fact that we're not alone, that leads to a couple of other things in life for us as mankind. Number one, it kind of exposes the fact that they exist. Number two, that does expose the factions along with that, because then maybe the people that have been witnessing the things that are both good and evil that are influencing become more or less transparent and more revealed. And then that falls into what you're saying about Jesus Christ, God, and the factions of good, evil, the forces of good, evil, that everybody kind of alludes to a lot of times. And that is, yeah, ultimately, I guess the forces that are out there that are against us, we need to get control of that. And the only way we can do that is to align ourselves with the proper people that want our freedoms. And whether those people are off planet or on planet, those are the people I'd like to align with. So that comes in with a lot of the scriptural readings that you're talking about. And yeah, there are factions that even in the Bible are against God Himself, the Creator, and they aligned themselves that way on purpose, and they had to be expelled. So where are they? Well, the Bible clearly states they were thrown to our planet. So those same influences are right here, according to the Bible. So yeah, you can talk about the realities of all that all day long, but yeah, it boils down to the end game, and what is that? And that's also part of the disclosure, is that perhaps that'll reveal some of the truth about what's written in the scriptures and other manuscripts around the world that deal with these things that did happen in our ancient past, and finally reveals the truth. And as they say, the truth does set you free to a certain degree, but yeah, sometimes that freedom has to come with a war and a battle that has to be waged. And I think that might be a reality for us. So I don't mean to sound dark or anything and leave on a dark note, but that's kind of how things are described a lot in the scriptures, is that it's not going to be fun for some people.
Well, that's the reality of the world we live in. There's dark forces, and there's forces of positivity. We deal with them every day, so something we definitely have to just acknowledge and face it the best that we can. Gonna go to Doom here, who's been struggling to keep himself up on speaker. I'm happy that you finally made it in. And then we'll just get a couple closing statements if anybody has anything else they want to say here. Not going to take any more hands, though, because Digby's got to go to bed. And I know he's probably struggling to keep himself awake. Remember, he's in Morocco, so his time zone is very different than probably most of us. So go ahead, Doom, and then we'll wrap up.
Tom and Digby, thank you for hosting the space. Digby, thank you for allowing us to transgress upon your Moroccan bedtime. Jason, it's awesome whenever you let us speak with you. I wanted to take a moment and double click on the Arrow report. It is my understanding that you represent a very interesting nexus of interviewees. Among the 30, you are the one that Arrow was forced to concede has some level of firsthand access, being that Arrow chose interviewees that specifically didn't have firsthand access, and they need to make a concession for you. And they are also making a concession for an unwarranted, disestablished program in relation to your testimony inside the very report. Aren't you Arrow's biggest fuck up? Didn't they accidentally pick somebody whose sole testimony discounts the very core conjecture of the Arrow report, namely that there were no retrieval programs and that there were no reverse engineering programs? Doesn't your DOPSR approval essentially upend and contradict the entire Arrow report?
I would say that, yeah, that's something that a fact that I hadn't really caught right away. But yeah, I would say that that is a factoid that is right there in their own report. That one individual, I know that I definitely was in the program. I can't imagine, if they spoke to another 30, that I probably was the one guy they were pointing out to. So that being the fact, I don't know whether that would be called, a checkmate or whatever.
Well, Arrow didn't want any
You keep
interviewees
I
that
can't
could
hear
actually
the
provide any
Doom, you're kind of breaking up there, man. Just letting you know.
witness or testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. All I'm saying is,
yeah.
Arrow wanted was.
Yeah, I think I heard enough on there, but yeah, I believe that, yeah, if there was any taint in the report, that would be the desire behind the report, would be to debunk any of the other whistleblowers. And yeah, that would be a stark contrast, just having one person that did have a valid, had valid access to the program that they were investigating.
Can you guys hear me any better? Or is my connection still bad?
Yeah, no, your connection's good now, man. Just we'll let you finish up and then we'll wrap up here.
Yeah, and I wanted to say thank you, just for putting up with all my tech issues, and Jason, thank you for validating. I was able to hear you, but I know my connection sucks. But you get what I'm saying, right? When you read the error report, especially on page 9 and a couple pages before, it's all about saying the purpose of this report is to discount the fact that there were any retrieval programs or reverse engineering programs, considering one of their own interviewees has testimony where it's overseeing communications. And in the report, if you search for the word like access, you'll realize that it doesn't even say that this is an authentic program, but is not reverse engineering. The error report itself has one of the categories that makes room for an unwarranted disestablished program, which does not mean that the program is no longer running. Disestablished just means that it doesn't have the official title. So I think the error report accidentally, is catching its own lie. And I think your testimony is the reason why you have certain people like VC Smart who pretend to be VC Dumb, or other people who want to cast doubt on your testimony. You're incredibly powerful here. I do think you're Arrow's biggest fuck up. And I do think Arrow's gaslighting brochure, also known as Report Volume 1, is going to become a problem in combination with you existing and speaking, Jason. And we're all happy to hear you here.
Well, thank you for your support. So yeah, I think you've got a point there, and it's worth looking into. and I really need to think about what the implications of that are. That's a serious factoid if that's exactly what we're seeing and reading.
Especially if you have DOPSR approval, right?
Yeah.
If you have DOPSR approval and the error report, it's extraordinary. And I'm done. I don't want to keep on rambling, but thanks for letting me speak, everyone.
That was a really good point. Really good point, actually. And I think we all are wise enough to know at this point that there's enough information floating around from all different directions that takes that error report and throws it in the fucking trash. Excuse my French, but I mean, really, it's a pile of garbage. Jay, thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedule to be here with us, man. Digby and
thanks,
I
Jay.
deeply appreciate your time with us here today, and to everybody that was here that was speaking. This was definitely the best space that we've done, basically under our UA Pod banner. So this was really cool. Definitely like to do more of these outside of the podcast as well, just because I like getting input from the community. And just in closing, I'll just say that I love our community. I love my friendship with everybody here. Jay, Digby, obviously, is my partner in crime with the show. And I hope you all stay safe out here. I know things are a little crazy in the United States right now, but let's just remember to, treat others the way we want to be treated, and to show each other a little bit more love and compassion. Digby, you got anything you want to say before we go here, man?
No, man, I'm all good. Just big thank you to everybody for showing up. Thank you for all the speakers. If you don't follow anybody that's spoken tonight, please make sure you do. Spread the love. And Tom and I will see you on the show this Sunday.
Much love, everybody.